clear, I think. Oh yeah, they got sawdust there by the run-ups.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There it goes into a dive! What again?
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
From the Pacific to the Atlantic Conference, the action continues in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship at the beautiful, the picturesque, and the lovely Atlantic Cricket Fields on the eastern coast. And of course, in this southern division where, well, the action might be heating up. It's a beautiful day for cricket, very cool and calm. The Atlanta Fire, the home team at the cricket fields, taking on the Morrisville Raptors on what promises to be a Super Sunday. Well, my good friend, as always, Faisal Shah alongside me. What a day of action we saw yesterday in terms of the four teams. What do you think today, this Sunday, final day of the weekend, means now for those top three teams looking for those two playoff spots?
Well, a lot hinge on these two games today, and that makes it very, very exciting because Atlanta Fire looks like they've got their act together. They collected a victory yesterday, but Lightning lost. And Raptors, like we were discussing, there's so many permutations and combinations at this stage that before the weekend started, Raptors needed to get at least one victory on the road this weekend, which they got. So that gives them some breathing space, and today they can go into this game with a lot of confidence, and with a little bit of rain around later. If you can talk about the second game, the Lightning, rain is in prospect as well. That will add to the drama of the action today. So fun-filled day ahead of us, and we hope to have an exciting day.
Yeah, spot on. As you can see the table there, that Southern Division so tight in those top three teams. Well, earlier, of course, we had the toss between the two captains, with the captains Dane Pete and Zain Saeed. And in the end, Zain Saeed flicking and winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. It is a ground where we've seen teams chase. You look at last weekend, the Fire chasing 193 on this very venue. And then yesterday, obviously the Fire winning again, chasing that 105-run total. You can see the Fire out in their full red uniform, out in the middle. And of course, every week we've had great analysis, great insight from our friends at the MLC Network, and in particular, Nate Hayes. Nate, we know how pivotal this weekend is. What can we expect today?
There's still a lot of cricket left in the South, particularly for the Morrisville Raptors. Morrisville have eked out some very close games, but it looks like they'll have to finish one win better than either the Fire or the Lightning. Atlanta's huge win over the Galaxy yesterday gives them a big net run rate advantage over the field, so they won't feel the same pressure as the Lightning and the Raptors. Aditya Padala and Dane Pete proved once again that Morrisville aren't out of the game until they're all out. 4 of the Raptors' 6 wins have come in the final over or in a super over, and they've been comfortable chasing this season. Corne Dry and the Atlanta Fire know all about taking wickets. They've taken 69 in 10 games, and they know all about scoring runs, as they've averaged 9.0 runs per over as a team. The key to this game is going to be scoring runs and taking wickets. Let's see which team does it best on this small ground in Atlanta.
I look at the two teams, the Morrisville Raptors with the bat in hand first. They've got the likes of Lahir Milantha, Jacob Pinar, who've been so effective for them this season. They're unchanged today, the Morrisville Raptors, and we'll be looking, of course, to pick up right where they left off after that nail-biting win just on the final delivery yesterday. And in terms of the Atlanta Fire,
yeah, they went with the same 11 as well. Raheem Cornwell and Zan Said at the top of the order. Raheem Cornwell definitely the man to watch out for. A couple of youngsters in there, but the batting, you would think it relies very heavily on Raheem Cornwell, but they got very good bowling, very efficient bowling lineup as well, led by Corne Dry and Raheem Cornwell himself, with the likes of Dyer and Amila Ponce also making up the lineup. Intriguing day's cricket ahead, and a good toss there for Atlanta Fire, because the conditions the way they are, and I think you had a close look at the wicket as well, Nikhil. I think batting first will be a little bit of a difficulty.
Lahir Milantha, who's been in the runs, so reliable for this Morrisville Raptors team, as they depend so heavily on him getting a good start, along with his partner at the other end, Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. These two inside the 4 leading run scorers for this team. Only 4 members have crossed that 100-run mark, and they all are in that top order, with Milantha, Pinyar, Kandaswamy, and Colin Archibald, who's left the Raptors team, returned for West Indies A duty. Corne Dry with the new ball in hand, last season's 2nd leading wicket taker.
Ready, guys?
Already he's got the most wickets for this Fire team, with 14 at the top of the ladder. He's been impressive again this season. Let's see what he can do. Can he make something happen? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clash you've been dreaming of. So much at stake today. 2 teams that will meet again next weekend, but they need to focus on today. They'll be hungry for a win. First delivery, here we go. Dry to Milantha. Instantly using that bit of extra bounce. It was an interesting toss to win. Faisal Shah from Zain Saeed. They like to chase on this ground, the Atlanta Fire. When you look at sort of the way that they've gone about maybe the last 2 or 3 days, was that sort of a surprise that you opted to bowl first, or sort of you expected it?
I think it's pretty much expected, and especially if you add the weather conditions as well. If you look at the wicket, very close wicket, it's not the usual dry self that we see, which produces a lot of runs.
First runs for Lahir Milantha when he hits it off the middle of the bat. Good luck stopping it, especially in these power play overs.
Slightly full, and he went with the shot. It went aerial as well, but like you said, Milantha, when he gets the ball in his half, and any left-hander, if you allow them to free their hands, they'll take the opportunity. And Milantha got onto it in a flash.
They've been very reliant on this man from Sri Lanka. A man that's obviously represented the Sri Lankan team at the A-team level. So Corne Dry is going to have to be very careful. I like the length he started with, just getting a bit too full on that occasion. Much better, and of course the line is a lot straighter as well. Just a quick look at the field, Faisal Shah, in terms of what he's working with Dry. Remember, in this power play, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. You can see there he's got 1 fielder at the deep 3rd position, and the other being the traditional deep mid-wicket, sort of deep backwards square fielder.
Pretty regulation at this stage with the slip in as well.
Full again, and he holds the pose for all the photographers from Dafa News. Lahir Milantha is a dangerous player at this stage of the innings.
Once again, that fuller length and that line as well allowed him to free his hands once again. Not very much like Corne Dry does normally, and he's been very inconsistent with his line and length in this first over. Normally a very reliable one, but credit to Lahir Milantha. When he got the opportunity, he made full use of it. Look at that little bit of a stride, but more to do with the hands.
This time, you can see what he's trying to do though, Corne Dry. He has that slip in place. He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, almost trying to push the ball across, but the unfortunate thing for him, on these synthetic surfaces, you don't get a lot of sideways movement. So you've literally got to be so precise to bring that slip in play. It's a tough job, especially with that angle, because you give someone like Lahir Milantha a lot of width outside that off stump, which already he's shown on 2 occasions he can capitalize on.
Also to do with the weather, probably looking to get that fuller length to see if he can get any movement in the air, which he hasn't. Just the angle at the moment for the tall fast bowler.
Down the track this time, slip went out. It didn't matter for Milantha. It's 3 boundaries in the over and a dream start for the Raptors after losing the toss. 12 for none.
So once your batter is off the mark with 2 boundaries, he's brimming with confidence now. Charges down. He's expecting a short of a length delivery there from corner dry because the 2 full delivery, he's already dispatched to the boundary. And he's staying 1 step ahead of the bowler. Excellent start by Milantha and Raptors.
That's leg stump. That's the middle.
Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy yet to face. Long batting lineup for the Raptors, who will depend heavily on Jacobus Pinar to come. Probably will bat at number 4. Sanjay Stanley, the youngster, under 21 player. 3 under 21 players, actually 4 if you include Matthew Ford, who's just 20 years old. They go on the back of youth, exuberance in the field, and they showed that high standard. Everard Dyer picked up 3 wickets yesterday. He's a new player for this Atlanta Fire team this season. Slip in place. Kandaswamy off the mark straight away, and he's going to get it in the gap. The Atlanta Fire in serious trouble early on. 4 boundaries already in the innings. Runs have been flowing.
These two will know each other very well. Kandaswamy also from Atlanta, and he was ready for that short pitch length from Everett Dyer first up, because this is what he normally likes to do. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat, but enough bat on it. And look at that outfield go as well, despite all the rain.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we had some inclement weather last night at the Atlanta cricket fields. A lot of rain. It tells you about the drainage here, though, the fact that you can still have rain and still have a quick outfield. Good delivery from Dyer. Getting the ball to beat the outside edge. Raheem Cornwall's there at slip. Trying to make something happen. The Fire, they won't be used to this team starting in this flamboyant manner against them early on yesterday. They suffocated the Orlando Galaxy very early. They just kept the Galaxy to 35 for 2. Quick singles stolen to mid-off.
It's a very funny thing, Nikhil, that even in the last season as well, Atlanta Fire, they collected some good victories on Saturday. But every time they played Sunday morning, the first game, they were caught cold. And despite being the favorites for those particular games, they didn't start well and ended up losing those games as well. Again, they're quite cold in the field. That's not the start they normally get, especially with the reliable Dry and Everett Dyer. I can't quite understand what's the reason for that, but it has happened quite often here.
For the left-hander, no slip in place. Just a fielder at the 2 outside the circle, 1 at deep third and a deep mid-wicket. Pulls this, the man is in the deep, he's waiting, but it goes over his head. Rishi Pandey was inside the circle. Dry was at a backward square. A lot of things happening early on in this matchup.
A little bit more heat there from Everett Dyer on that one. Milantha couldn't control the pull shot. Lucky that it fell between the 2 fielders. On another day, could easily have gone straight to hand.
Run rate of over 10 and over, 10 and a half. Actually, close to 11. Short again. Dyer struggled with that length. He's been pounced upon a couple of times. Don't think he'll have the legs to go all the way. But another good couple of runs for the Morrisville Raptors. This is an extremely good start. We saw yesterday as well, they got off to an impressive start against the Lightning team. But here, without losing a wicket, yesterday inside those first 6 overs, they got to 59 runs. So they like to have these fast starts. And when we spoke to Dane Pete after the game, he spoke about the fact that just once they got off to a good start in the power play, it set them up so nicely for the run chase. Today they're batting first, but clearly doing the things right early on. Excellent delivery. He had went to that length. Second delivery in the over. It worked. Here again. Everard Dyer ending with a dot. 20 for none.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का।
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Interesting move from the skipper. He's gone to Raheem Cornwall with his off spin. Of course, there is a left-hander at the crease, Lahir Milantha. So is this sort of a trump card? Zain Saeed still tries to find this first wicket. Cornwall's been there with the wickets, but it's been more about the economy rate this season for him. He's just conceded under 7 runs and over, which is perfect for a man that bowls 2 overs inside the first 6.
And that is the pattern that Atlanta Fire likes to follow. They like to chop and change their bowlers inside the power play, pretty much giving everybody a go inside the power play so the batters can't line them up.
Well, he was a bit expensive yesterday against the Galaxy, where he conceded some 14 runs in the 5th over. But of course came back extremely well to just keep his economy rate to tad over 6 and over, and also picked up a crucial wicket as they restricted the Galaxy in a win to 105. Similarly, bowling first. They like that blueprint because of the explosive batting that they have. They know they can chase anything. Too full, way too full from Cornwall, and Lahir Milantha's not going to miss that.
Can't get too full, right?
Wow, he's got out to a blistering start here, Milantha. Once again, he was allowed to free his arms, and he's not going to wait for the second opportunity. Look at that, slightly quicker as well. And he's not afraid to hit the ball in the air as well. Milantha is on fire this morning.
Now, Cornwall's making some adjustments. He's bringing up that feeder at cover. This is interesting. And I think he's sending back the long off. So that's what this game is about. Adjustments. You can see that man running left of screen. So he's got a long off in place. It tells you probably he's looking to bowl that full length and has that added protection. Of course, the standard deep mid-wicket fielder as well.
Look at that ring of fielders on the offside. It will be very hard to pierce that. So probably Milantha will look to go over. But that long off is a better option in my opinion.
Well, sorry, Faisal Shah, this is very interesting because not only has he had that long off in place, he's keeping the deep cover. It's now 2 on the offside. As you can see, 2 fielders on the offside on the boundaries. Not often you see an off-spinner ball without a deep mid-wicket fielder in place. And Milantha's lucky in that area. Anything short, he will go after. Chess match T20 cricket in the first 6. It tells you about the line. Wants to be very wide outside the offside, and he's backing himself to hit that line consistently.
Let me see this over cover.
Also, he's asking Milantha to go across the line if he wants to hit that mid-wicket area.
Well fielded by Aponzo. And of course, not only across the line, but also hitting against the spin if he wants to target that onside. And so man, Raheem Cornwall, who's played 9 test matches at the highest level for the West Indies. He's just a thinker of the game. Look at the quick work by Hamilton. Oh, slick.
You got to be on our feet as well, because Raheem Cornwall doesn't allow too much time between the deliveries. Trying to rush through, and that's another tactic that he also doesn't allow the batter to think about things.
Oh my goodness!
Gets away with it, to be honest, because it was full and straight, but he'll still get a boundary. Milantha, it's been that type of day for him so far. He's just dealt in boundaries. It's a second in the over and a great way to end. 28 for none.
That's the challenge that Cornwall was throwing at Milantha, but like you said, he's in that kind of mood. Look at that. He's gotten off to a flyer. 21 already, laced with boundaries either side of the wicket.
Well, we know the importance of this matchup between these two teams because they sit at top that Southern Division. The Fire still have a game in hand on the Lightning, and they'll be looking, if they win today, to go to 17 points and give themselves some breathing room. They'll be very hard to catch if they can win today, going into the final 3 matches next weekend. But it also sets up for a delicious weekend of cricket coming to you next weekend on the premium coverage, of course, from Church Street Park. Can't wait for that. Everroy Dyer comes into the attack yet again for his second over. Interesting move from Zain Saeed. Faisal Shah, I'm going to test your captaincy skills. Tell me after this delivery, would you have gone back to Dyer for a second, knowing his wicket-taking ability, especially for the back end of the innings?
Good hit on that. Yet, would I have? Probably yes, because what Atlanta Fire has, they have plenty of options in their bowlings and plenty of options for the back end of the innings as well. At this stage, they need a wicket, and especially with Kannaswamy on strike, with the heat that Dyer can produce, they're really looking to break this partnership. And this is an aggressive move by skipper Zain Saeed.
Down the track, and almost a chance of a catch, but it goes through point, and it just tells you the power of Kendaswamy when he gets it right. And the boundaries are flowing for this team. This is a blistering hot start.
For a moment, his heart must have been in his mouth, but that was just away from the fielder. And the Morrisville Raptors, the openers, they've come out all guns blazing here. They're not afraid to hit the ball in the air, but the power they have, gotten away with it.
Well, we know it's a high-scoring ground, but I just thought run-out chance. Just thought with the inclement weather around, you maybe have a slow field, a good toss to in for Saeed. But these two are showing that, no, they're backing themselves, regardless of the conditions, to pick up the run, scoring 7 boundaries being hit. That's 28 of the 33 runs so far for the Morrisville Raptors. And there's a reason they're scoring over 9 runs per over. Thinking for Zain Saeed and Everroy Dyer to do to stop the bleeding.
It's early days, Nikhil, early days though, because we've seen a T20 innings, even within 20 overs, can change momentum and rhythm so many times. So Atlanta Fire, a wicket or two, will really bring them back into the game. This is an exciting start already though.
That line, the erring in terms of his line, and just easy, way too easy for Lahira Milantha, who picks up yet another boundary. Well, this is some start from the Raptors and that man from Sri Lanka.
And you could hear the cry of anguish from Everroy Dyer, because he immediately realized that was a bad line. But Lahira Milantha, he's in scintillating touch. He just used the pace of Dyer, and he's been able to find the gaps consistently. This is a good start, but Everroy Dyer is under pressure. He was looking to produce a wicket for his captain. He's running in hard, but that consistency has eluded him.
Short again, pounced, thumped, and put away for a maximum. This man has already got 3 half-centuries in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. When he starts like this, more often than not, he kicks on. Trouble brewing at Atlanta.
That was probably the pick of the strokes this morning. He got onto it in a flash, just short and onto his body, but he really went after it. Milantha has got his game in great order today. He's seeing them early. His footwork is sharp and his balance is exquisite.
He's raced into the 30s, already 15 runs from the over. And already for the Morrisville Raptors, they approach that 50-run mark. This is a strategy, though. Don't be surprised. They've done this all tournament. Just yesterday at this very venue, when they were in search of that 188, they went extremely hard in the power play overs. They got to 59. He came around the wicket and that delivery ever there. They got to 59 and lost 2 wickets, but they like to go hard. End of the 4th, 43 for none. Well, what a batting performance this has been by our Morrisville Raptors team. Remember, losing the toss, being asked to bat first. This team is just so good at this. They came into this weekend needing at least 1 win. With this start, they'll bat themselves to get 2. Beat the Atlanta Lightning yesterday by just 2 wickets. And the reason that they go so hard in these first 6 overs is because they bat the depth that they have. Yesterday, we saw them pick up a narrow 2-wicket win where the captain, Dane Pete, was able to register 48 and got a great contribution from the number 10, Aditya Padala, with 16 not out, getting them over the line on the very final delivery. What a game that was to start. And if this first 4 overs is anything to go by, with the power of this man with the bat in hand, we could be in for another cracker-jacker at the Atlanta cricket fields.
This man may have something to say in the action remaining in this game and remainder of the championship as well. Because remember, he's going to be going off to the CPL pretty soon. So before he departs, he's already left a mark on the tournament. But still, he has time to do more damage to the opposition. He's plotting the downfall of Kandaswamy.
He's bringing that point to a very straight position. He's got that deep cover fielder in place. Extra cover in as well. That's where he wants to be. But to Milantha, I think in that last over, he'll be so disappointed, Cornwall, that he gave it away on that very last delivery. Was struck for 2 boundaries, conceded 8 in his first over. But with those 2 fielders outside the circle in the offside, he's got to be so precise. Coming down the track, majestic stuff from Kandaswamy. Cognizant of mid-off up in the circle, and knew he just had to beat the man.
Everything in sync about that stroke, the use of the feet, the timing. Just opened up that offside, wasn't looking to hit the ball hard, but the sweet spot of the bat, and away it went.
There it is. It's why he's brought into the attack, to make a difference. Rakeem Cornwall, so often than not, he makes an impact, and he's done it here for the Atlanta Fire.
Too much.
Slower in pace, completely deceiving Kandaswamy, who was defeated in flight and was too late to come back. This is superb stuff from the big man. He threw the ball higher, a little bit of slow, and Kandaswamy couldn't get to the pitch of the ball. And this is the breakthrough that Atlanta Fire needed in the power play.
Well, it was all about just the ability of Rakeem Cornwall. Look how much slower it is. And Kandaswamy looking to go big again. Just hit a boundary, completely playing before the ball. 15 gone for. Score now, Raptors lose their first, and it's 47 for 1. That will help the Atlanta Fire and their chances. Sanjay Stanley in at number 3. The Fire was under serious pressure, conceding over 10.5 runs per over. Kandaswamy, though, looking to go big. He'll be disappointed with that. Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy, because it's the second day in a row where he's gotten a start for this Raptors team at the top of the order and then not been able to kick on. His partner, though, Lahira Milantha, has been in some impeccable touch over the 2 days. Yesterday was good, but today has been glorious. And he's got a big job to do for his team, because if he can bat 10 overs, Faisal Shah, and be supported by guys like Sanjay Stanley, you think the Morrisville Raptors will continue to score at this high clip?
I'm really excited about seeing Sanjay Stanley bat, because he's been talked about a lot, but he hasn't had a good season. And today is his opportunity. And those stats really need to improve and back up the talent that he has. And today could be a better opportunity.
Off the mark straight away, Stanley. Oh, hits it direct. Very close. Good work by Rishi Pandey, of course. No replays for these umpires. They don't have the luxury that we do, sitting here.
Yo, Jim.
Here's a look at it again. He was just coasting in. Sanjay Stanley, think he thought he was safe. Derek hit, always interesting. Got there in the end, though. Good decision.
Right there.
slow again. Excellent from Cornwall. He's got those two boundary riders on the offside for Milantha. They're trying to work him out here at the fire. Here's the wicket again. So much slower. Raheem Cornwall, there's a reason he's played at the test level. There's a reason he's taken over 30 wickets internationally. And he's so trusted for this fire team, not only with the bat in hand, but with the new ball as well. Good delivery, getting some grip on this synthetic surface. But an eventful 5 overs comes to an end. 49 for 1, and to take you to the next 5, Aman Patel.
It'll be very exciting to see if the fall of wicket will change anything to do with the way Milantha is playing. It's been in scintillating touch from ball 1. But the fall of wicket inside the power play, it'll be exciting to see if he can change his game plan, who continues in the same vein. Which leaves Swarenson been
New bowler, coming right arm over.
into the attack. He's a recent addition to the Atlanta Fire. He's been part of their team this season. It's just about time to say a very good morning to Aman Patel.
Good morning to you as well, Faisal Shah. We've seen an eventful start to this power play. Again, runs flowing off the bat of Lahiru Milantha, Vinod Kumar Chandaswamy before his dismissal of Raheem Cornwall. And now you're going to see this second wicket partnership between Sanjay Stanley and Lahiru Milantha, and of course Leap Sowerman, who is a new addition to this Atlanta Fire side. Comes in, keeps it nice and tight, doesn't give much pace on the ball, and is going to make the batter use their power and use all of their muscle to muscle it down the ground. So we'll see if he can pick up the much desired wicket of Lahiru Milantha.
It's another important phase of this game.
And this one pushed through the offside. The call is for 2. They're going to come and test the arm of that sweeper cover fielder. Good running here from the Morrisville Raptors. Just putting the pressure onto the Atlanta Fire, not trying to sit back, let the balls come to them.
50 has been brought up inside the power play. Slightly wider, and the first run very, very hard, and was able to complete the second run quite comfortably in the end.
And I think this is the next stage of the game here for Lahiru Milantha. Just looking to keep the scoreboard ticking, not get bogged down in dot balls. This one is pulled away. Has he got all of it? It looks like he has. And it's a huge 6 that from Lahiru Milantha. He's looked so good today. This one might have been the biggest one of them all. And such good nick, and another 6 to his name.
Leib would have to be very, very careful with his length. This too short and set up. Milantha was not going to spare this kind of bowling, as he has it done all morning. So he's continuing in that vein. Like I said, would the fall of wicket have any effect on his style of play? This instance, not really.
This time through the offside, out to sweeper cover. Just going to be kept to 1. And again, for Lahiru Milantha, just about making sure you don't just have one boundary and dot balls, you're keeping the runs flowing. And for Sanjay Stanley at the other end, who very talented cricketer, USA Under-19 captain, vice captain rather, a couple of years ago, just hasn't got in full flow yet in this edition of minor league cricket. So we're looking for big innings today.
Very important role for him, especially the kind of start they've had. He can take his time. His only job is just to put the bat on ball, give strike back to Lahiru Milantha, and put the bad ball away if it gets any. But like we always say, it's an easy game to talk.
And for Leaf Sowerman, he started on a length so far. Anytime he's been on stumps, it's been hard to put away. So I think you're going to see him continue in that facet. This one just straying down the leg side on Leap Sarman. You can see it was slower as well. Just trying to change up the pace and keep Sanjay Stanley off balance.
Yeah, freebie there. Should be looking to put pressure on Sanjay Stanley, who's under pressure already. That variation went wrong from Leap. Just rolling the finger over it. Quite a tall man. If he gets it right, it could be a good delivery on this pitch.
This time Sanjay Stanley looking to go back down the ground. Has he picked out the man out there? No, he's picked up 6. It's a brilliant shot this from Sanjay Stanley. Little use of the feet, got his hands through it, and plays a big shot right back down the ground.
Incredible power these guys have these days, because for a moment it didn't look like coming off the middle of the bat. Must have a good piece of willow as well, but he needed that. That big strike early in his innings will ease the nerves, and then he can concentrate on playing a big innings. Very important boundary for Stanley.
Yeah, again, you just take a look at this. Comes down the wicket, goes straight back over the top, mid-on inside the ring. Just had to clear him, but he cleared everything. Confident shot there for Sanjay Stanley. And this time just going to pick out backward point. Good call there from Lahiru Milantha. Not wanting to test the arm of backward point.
Milantha will know a thing or two about Amila Aponso. Really quickly in from that backward point position. He's a real live wire in the field.
And for Leaf Sarman, it's been an expensive over. Already 15, 16 runs with the extra. Want to try to find a way to get a dot ball. Goes full and straight and just squeezed out into the offside. Call is for 2, and they're going to come back for it. This is good running for the Morrisville Raptors. And that'll end the 6th over. Morrisville Raptors 67 for the loss of 1. We just take a look at this batting scorecard again. It's Lahiru Milantha, that's the name, 41 from 20. He was accompanied by Vinod Kumar Kandaswamy. Played well for his 15, and then Sanjay Stanley starting to get things going in this power play, 9 from 5.
Look at this run rate, over 11 runs, and no surprise having a look at this Manhattan. The first over went for 12, and the last over of the power play was the most productive one. 67 in the power play. This is great for Morrisville Raptors.
And it's prompted the Atlanta Fire to go to one of their strike bowlers. It's Amila Aponso, left arm orthodox. He'll start to the left-hander.
Mini battle between the two Sri Lankans. Milantha and, of course, Amila Aponso, hailing from Sri Lanka.
Both of whom have played a lot of list A cricket over there. And, of course, Amila Aponso playing for the Sri Lankan national team, played on the under-19 team as well. He's going to be looking to get this wicket. This is the prize wicket, and I think that's why they've gone to Amila Aponso. He knows what Lahiru Milantha likes to do. He's seen him quite a bit. Just looking to bog him down. Just whipped into the leg side. Just going to be one, and now bring the right-hander on a strike. And this is probably a matchup that'll benefit Amila Aponso to spin away from the right-hander.
And also more protection, because the power play is done and dusted now, so he can have fielders out. Amila Aponso looks to build pressure. His main weapon is his variations in pace. He's not a huge turner of the ball, but he can really dart them in and then slow it up in the air. That trajectory, when he changes that's his main weapon. Looking to wiggle his field around. This should be a good contest here.
That one just jumping up a little bit on Sanjay Stanley. A touch of turn away as well.
Seen on the pitch as well, there's plenty of damp spots from the rain overnight, and look at that kick and bounce, and Jamar Hamilton had to really get up high to collect that one.
This time bat on ball into the leg side, just going to get one. They are going to push for 2. No, they elect against it. Again, it's good tight bowling this from Amila Aponso to start off.
Good intensity in the field as well. 3 fielders converging on that. Created that doubt in the mind of Stanley. Probably there were 2 available, but good hustle in the field from Atlanta Fire. And they would have to do that to wrest back the initiative that Morrisville Raptors have had in the power play. Look at that. Deep mid wicket, the bowler and the square leg, all 3 coming at it.
Well, this one is pushed into the leg side once again, and they're looking for 2. They're going to say no. Just hit straight out to the fielder in the deep. No chance again. Emil Aponzo doing exactly what he's been brought in to do. Just bog down the run rate. Don't allow that boundary to come away. Make him deal in singles. Just slow things down. Build a little bit of pressure on the Morrisville Raptors.
Stanley breathing heavy here, you know. Stanley breathing very heavy.
Having a little problem here.
Milantha, you could call 2 or
Raheem Cornwell
Stanley running
had a
1.
word with
Stanley breathing heavy here,
Emil
boys.
Aponzo. A little bit of byplay going on as well. Probably must be hearing through the stump mics. These teams know each other pretty well.
This went long to the pads. Umpire not interested. Maybe just sliding down again. Not a big turner of the ball. Emil Aponzo. Maybe some bat involved. You can see Jamar Hamilton very animated. He's always in the action.
Slightly slower in the air. Came in with the arm. Didn't look like a bad shout at all. Not bad at all.
This time using his feet, Sanjay Stanley gets it off either half of the bat into the leg side. They're just going to go get 1 off of it.
Sometimes the shot after the ball that you suffer a big appeal will tell you what happened. A nervous looking stroke from Stanley to finish off the over. A good one to start off from Emil Aponzo. 71 for 1 after 7.
Again, the batting scorecard. It's a good tale for the Morrisville Raptors, who may have just slowed up in that previous over. But 43 off 22 for their opener, Lahidu Milantha. Swami got in on the action against Sanjay Stanley, just finding his way here in the Atlanta cricket fields. We move on to the bowling.
Atlanta Fire have used 5 bowlers. They like to mix it up in the first half, and when it comes to the second half, they have pretty much all the options available. One man that we haven't seen is Atindra Subramaniam, but by the looks of it, it's a surprise change. It looks like Redwan Polish has been given the ball. He's not a normal customer with the ball when it comes to Atlanta Fire bowling lineup. But Zain Saeed has decided to take a punt with Polish.
It's great to see the Atlanta Fire faithful in a nice little buggy. We got to get one of those, Faisal, and just ride around. And that looks like a lot of fun over there. The wind in the hair, sunglasses on, hat on.
No. Next time.
That's Gustavo, the head curator here, having a ride around, checking the proceedings. Yeah, definitely, I'd like one. You know me, I don't like to walk around, so
okay, fine.
Could be fun. But at the moment, this could be fun as well. Off spin of Polish. A move out of the box from skipper Zain Saeed.
Elected to continue it with spin, seeing the Emil Aponzo over, seeing Raheem Cornwall take a wicket. They're just hoping this opt of spin on a damp wicket just can keep the run rate down, keep the Raptors in a little bit of a gamble. This just pushed to backward point again. This is the plan here from the Atlanta Fire. Just get some quiet overs in, sneak a couple of overs of spin, put some pressure back on the Raptors.
Nice bright red shoes from Redwan Polish. Looking to make a telling contribution here.
This one's hit up in the air. Who wants it? Will it find the hands? And an easy catch for Cornet Dry. Sanjay Stanley just getting bogged down. Tried to go big, found the top edge, and found a safe pair of hands of Cornet Dry out in the deep. The second wicket falls for the Morrisville Raptors.
This is disappointing not only for Sanjay Stanley, but also for the management team of Morrisville Raptors, because the number 3 once again has failed to produce the goods here. After having a good start in the company of very well settled Lahiru Milantha, he chose the wrong option, the off spinner, no timing whatsoever, and that walk back would make him ponder what he's done, and he would not like to see that replay. Morrisville Raptors have lost a wicket at the wrong time, 71 for 2.
All right, let's go, let's go.
That'll bring out Obis PNR. Again, the man just fresh off the fastest 100 in all of minor league cricket just a week ago against the Orlando Galaxy, and yesterday got off to a good start, wasn't able to convert, showed off a flurry in a wide range of shots. Again, you can see it there, 23 matches, 739 runs, and we'll get to see him with the ball later today, but he's got to play a big role with Lahidu Milantha for the Morrisville Raptors now.
That's the man I was looking forward to watch against Atlanta Fire, because this bowling lineup is a quality bowling lineup, and Obis PNR is a real quality and experience as well. So this is the battle of the day for me to watch, see how Obis PNR go against this bowling lineup. Milantha is playing the star role at the moment, but I think PNR would not be too far away from the headlines.
Yeah, again, this is the partnership for the Atlanta Fire. Who can they get first? Can they break it early? This one in the air, but I think Lahidu Milantha's got all of it. He has. That's a huge six. That lovely shot, maybe the flattest of them all. Lahidu Milantha, he's played a classy inning so far today, and it's just continuing.
This is an incredible stroke to hit a spinner off the back foot. Not a lot of pace on offer. So like you said at the beginning, he had to generate his own pace. But look at that, how he went up and over, and it sailed over.
Special player, Lahidu Milantha. And he's been showing all the shots that he has. And well into the 40s now. Ridwan Palash just has to find a way to come back. Goes wicket 6. How does he respond? And this one pushed into the offside, and that'll bring up the 50 for Lahidu Milantha. 50 off of 24 deliveries, 6 fours, and 3 sixes to the name of Lahidu Milantha. The bat raised there. It's been a well-played innings. Again, he's had a pair of these already this season. He's been so good for the Raptors up top the order. And the ex-Sri Lankan, he's looking so good today, and he's looking to continue this on. We're inside of 8 overs here, and he already has 50 runs to his name.
Not just the amount of runs, but the quality of them as well. Right from ball 1, he looked in tip-top form. He's continuing on. This is important for the Raptors as well. Look at the strike rate, 24 deliveries for his 50, 3 maximums as well, and he's not finished yet.
Obis PNR, audacious stroke to start his day off. A scoop shot off the spinner is going to bring up 4 runs for him. The shot of the day, maybe. Again, first delivery he's played, and he elects to ramp Ridwan Palash. There's no fine leg inside the ring, and if he got any bat on it, safe shot, gets 4 for it.
This is a shot of a man in confidence and man in form as well. He picked his area, and he wasn't afraid to just premeditate it. Look at that, coming right across his stumps. He's using the pace of Ridwan Palash. And Palash is high off that wicket. He's come down crashing pretty quickly, because he went after that for 6, 1, 4. So 11 runs of 3 deliveries after the wicket.
Yeah, again, we talked about it earlier. This is the partnership for the Atlanta Fire to break. You get one of these 2 bats in the dugout early. Just feel a little bit more confident in your abilities. This one just pushed into the leg side. The call is for 2 straight away. And just going to go with a little bit of a misfield from Cornet Dry. Allows him to get back. Good awareness, good running here from the Morrisville Raptors to end that 8th over. 84 for the loss of 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Dad? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Welcome back to the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. It's Emilio Ponzo back into the attack. Bowled a good first over. Just gave up 4 runs, but again, he's got to pick up a wicket, you feel. Otherwise, the game could get out of hand very quickly. Milantha looking to use his feet, just pushes it into the leg side. And it'll be Obis PNR, and again, a matchup that'll be interesting. Emilio Ponzo likes to fire it in close to the pads, and we've already seen the ramp shot on display from Obis PNR. This is a battle within the battle here.
There's so many matchups here in this quality against quality, and that makes for very, very exciting viewing this contest between Pinar and Aponso. Later in the day, we might see Kone Dry against Pinar as well. The South African battle. There's so much to look forward to in this game.
Yeah, and the winner of those battles could appear on the pages of DAFA News. This one just pushed into the leg side. Gonna be one. Again, Emilio Ponzo, he's had some quiet overs so far. Again, just 4 runs from his first, and he's just trying to keep things tight.
Good stuff, Emilio. Quick change, fellas.
And we want to welcome you all to the Atlanta cricket fields here. Again, we've seen the incredible matchup between the Morrisville Raptors and the Atlanta Fire. It's a big matchup in terms of that Southern Division, Faisal.
Definitely. A lot hinges on this contest here, and at the moment you may seem that Morrisville Raptors there on top. Emilio Ponzo does this pretty much every game. Tries to see if the non-striker is following up a little bit too much. Just keep him honest.
Again, use of the feet from Lahida Milantha, but Emilio Ponzo sees it early, jams him up for room.
Yeah, this is another of his go-to deliveries. He really darts them in quick and flat into the block hole. And then the slightly higher, loopier delivery. But I think Pinar knows everything about him. This is a mouth-watering contest here.
Again, close to the stumps, and again, just pushed away for a single. I think the Raptors doing a good job not getting bogged down, at least taking singles off every delivery, recognizing these are the overs. They don't want to throw their wicket away, just want to make sure the runs keep moving.
Yeah, they put Atlanta Fire under enough pressure for the fielders in the ring to be right on the edge of it, so singles are already available if you play with soft hands. There's no boundary available. Still keep rotating the strike with the singles.
Again, use of the feet, pushed into the leg side. Just going to be one. Again, soft hands played from Lahida Milantha. Again, using his feet. Now trying to get the ball to skid on against some wet patches there.
Milantha, for the first time in the innings, is really looking to just take a step back. Now, looking that the platform is built, he doesn't want to give it away.
Again, just another single to end the over. A good over for the Fire, but the Raptors just making sure the scoreboard keeps moving. And at the end of 9 overs, it's 90 for the loss of 2. Lahida Milantha, 53 from 27, has looked so good, and Vinod Kandaswamy again in on the action. Sanjay Stanley 1-6, and it's Obis PNR in there with him, who's 9 off 5 after an audacious stroke to start off his innings. Let's just take a look at this artificial surface we're playing at.
There's some damp spots. There's been a lot of rain, and we're lucky to get away with a start on time. Some damp spots not affecting the play of Lahida Milantha, definitely. He doesn't care about those damp spots. He's gone off to an absolute flyer. But like I said, he's looking to take a step back to convert this into a real meaningful knock rather than just a 50 and out situation.
Let's go, folks. Let's go. Let's go.
You go there. You go there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times for Lahida Milantha, just kind of throwing his wicket away. Gonna look to convert. Reverse sweep attempted. He's got onto it. Has he got onto it well enough? He has. No dampening the innings for Obis PNR. He's gotten off to 2 audacious strokes. Reverse sweep this time, and has gone all the way through third man for 4 runs.
The runs continue to flow here at the Atlanta cricket field. Look at that. He went for the reverse paddle, but when he saw the length, he didn't go for the hard one. He just used the pace, adjusted his stroke very nicely. Long levers, of course. His reach is enormous. He can reach out to those deliveries.
This time trying to make some room, found the under edge of the bat, nearly chopped it on. Good comeback delivery this from Ridwan Palash, not giving him any room.
Pinar has thrown out the challenge to Ridwan Palash to see what he's got. Not much in terms of spin, but changing his pace, and just a part-time bowler, Ridwan Palash, remember that?
Looking to chase it, couldn't quite get it, but is going to beat the wicketkeeper. Third man giving chase. He's going to keep it from going for 4, but it'll be 2 and some wide, so 3 wides there for the Morrisville Raptors. And runs, as you mentioned earlier, just flowing for the Morrisville Raptors in any fashion.
Atlanta Fire has completely failed to put any kind of brakes on scoring. Couldn't string a few dot deliveries.
This one just worked into the leg side. The call was originally for 2, but they're just going to settle for 1. And it's been good work out in the deep for the Atlanta Fire. For the Morrisville Raptors, they've got off to a dream start in this over. A 4, then 3, a dot, then 3 wides, and now a single. And you can hear Obis PNR just saying to Lahidu Milantha, it's already a good over.
Yeah, that's good thinking cricket there. That's experience for you. And probably that's why since the arrival of Pinar, you see Milantha has taken a back step because Pinar has been able to find boundaries himself. Partnership is the key. No matter what kind of platform you have, we've seen this yesterday. If you lose a couple of wickets at this stage, you can easily lose that momentum in 20 overs. So this is what Obis Pinar is making sure it doesn't happen.
This one just straying down the leg side and called wide there from the umpire. Ridwan Palash just trying to angle it into the pads of Lahidu Milantha. Lahidu gonna feel he missed out on that sweep.
Jamar Hamilton is rubbing at his hamstring, it looks like it. A couple of quick twists and turns, gathering that ball. Immediately felt for it.
This time, just beating Lahidu Milantha. You can hear the excitement from Jamar Hamilton. He thought he saw the off stump crash away. Just evaded that off stump.
The scoreline is more amazing because if you look at the wicket, it doesn't give you an impression. This doesn't give an impression that it's a dry batting surface that we normally see here at Atlanta cricket fields. There's a lot of byplay going on. You must be picking something from the stump, Mike. Jamar Hamilton is at it. He's always been like that. Giving the batters, letting them know what he thinks of them.
It's gone on to the pads, but it's well down the leg side. That Obis PNR is going to feel he missed out, but is going to end the 10th over. 100 runs come up. It's 100 for the loss of 2. It's been a brilliant display of batting from the Morrisville Raptors. And the opener, Lahidu Milantha, has looked so good. Here's his 50. He opened it up against Cornet Drive. Some luscious shots through the covers. Again, hit Cornet Drive for just a couple of 3 fours in that first over. And that just put the impetus straight away in the innings.
The way he came out of the blocks, that really took Atlanta Fire by surprise, and he hasn't stopped since. And big bowler in the power play. He went after Dyer, Rakeem Cornwell, and Dry, all of them. And look at them, strokes all around the pitch. He was able to use the width when offered, and then he was create his own width and stroke play. Look at that, just using the pace of Dyer. Like I said earlier, he was on to every single bowler of Atlanta Fire. Probably this is the best of the lot. Really cracking pull shot. Just get the front leg up in the air. Proper calypso style.
Yeah, it didn't matter what they threw at him, whether it was pace or spin, and that shot probably the biggest of them all.
Oh,
this one finds a toe end of the bat, just straight back down the ground for 1. Again, Milantha has slowed down since his initial flurry, but because of the batting of Obis PNR, he's looked good. And there you see the bat raise for the 50. Again, subdued at that, but Again, he's been such a big player for their side.
You see in the foreground a nod of the head from the big Rakeem Cornwall, admiring the efforts of his opponent. That is a very, very good innings.
This one aerial, but everyone back onto the circle. And again, for the Morrisville Raptors, they've identified the Emilio Ponzo overs. He's going to have one after this. As the overs, they're not going to take him any risks. They're just going to look to push the balls down the ground, get singles, and just keep the scoreboard moving. Don't need any unnecessary shots.
They don't want to throw away this platform. That is for sure. And that is quite evident from Pinar's approach.
Oh, there's a shot there from Lahidu Milantha. Steps across his crease and helps it along the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs. Emilio Ponzo, known for darting them in quick right on stumps. This time, Lahidu Milantha shuffles across and gets it away from fine leg. It gets 4.
You can say slightly wrong line there from Emilio Ponzo, but Milantha has been one step ahead of the bowlers. He preempted what Emilio was going to do and was good enough to put bat to ball and find his areas.
This one just pushed, and again, smart batting for the Morrisville Raptors. Got a boundary, got a single. They're not getting bogged down. We haven't seen many dot balls for the Morrisville Raptors, even against the bowling prowess of Emilio Ponzo.
Yeah, they couldn't string a few dots together to build the pressure and ask for that indiscriminate stroke from the batters. And that is definitely a credit to the batters. Nothing to say it was bad bowling.
This one almost got through Obis PNR and almost crashed onto stumps. Emilio Ponzo must have refueled at Sunoco for that delivery. Comes back in a sharp way.
Definitely. Look at that. Change of pace on that occasion. Despite Pinar's long reach, he couldn't get to the ball. But what he did well was kept his back foot grounded. As Pinar, his driving has been as good as you can drive your Toyota. That has been a feature of his batting.
That's one!
This one driven down the ground is going to be 1 run to end the over. Another good over for the Morrisville Raptors. 11 overs gone, 108 for the loss of 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
And there you can see Lahidu Milantha, Rakeem Cornwall, 2 of the international players playing. And they're going to a youngster. This is the beauty of minor league cricket. You got all the international experience, but then the homegrown players. It's Atindra Subramanian coming in to bowl the young 17-year-old right arm pacer.
This is the beauty of this championship, Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Atindra has been in these situations before. As a 17-year-old, he's bowling at 2 players who played a lot of cricket and a lot of high-quality cricket, and they're in the best of form. So imagine that education and that learning for this young man. But let me tell you, he's not doing this for the first time, and he's come through these examinations before.
Yeah, you could see 24 matches, 25 wickets spread across 2 years. He's someone who's always amongst the wickets. Started his day off yesterday with a brilliant delivery that nipped back in, clipped the top of off, and took his initial wicket.
I see that change. The air starts now in both ears. That wasn't there last year. Growing up not only his skills, but also with his style.
A lot of stylish guys out there. Again, Anirudh Emmanuel had maybe the greatest hair for the Philadelphians, that afro. So a lot of stylish cricketers out there in minor league cricket.
This boy is style with substance, I can tell you that.
And that one just stayed maybe a touch low on Obis PNR. He was looking just to take it over the top. Again, Atindra so good with the cutters, the slower ones, was all the variations on that length. And with the damp surface, just could have a lot of success with it.
Yeah, and the best thing is he knows what tool to bring out when, because that is very important as well. Read what the batters are doing. And talking about a 17-year-old, it's not very easy for him. But this will test Pinar.
Looking to ramp it. That one, a little bit of extra bounce on offer. It's caught Pinar on the body.
Look at that. Athindra, despite Pinar trying all those different things, what Athindra has done? Nothing. He just bowled his line, bowled his length, and asking Pinar the questions. If you want to make a move, it's up to you. I'm going to stick to what my strength is. This is excellent from the young man.
Yeah, good to see him keep his composure. And again, Obis Pinar, who's played all these audacious strokes. I think that time just anticipating it would stay a little bit lower. That one, after the previous one stayed low, this one jumped up on him. This time gets bad on ball. It's worked into the leg side. They're going to think about two, but just settle for one, and it'll bring Lahidu Milantha on to strike.
Another excellent delivery. Once again, Pinar went down the wicket, but he had to wait all that time for the ball to arrive because that was that slow delivery from Athindra. And he got it right once again in terms of his line and length. Just 2 dots and a single. We haven't seen this for many times in this inning. And young Athindra has come and done that. And this will throw a challenge to Milantha. And I think something's going to give here. Milantha is not going to stay on that back foot for very long.
Let's see if your prediction's right, Faisal Shah. When does that break and play happen? Comes down the track, puts it straight back down the ground, but fielder there should just keep it to 1 and will. Again, Lahidu Milantha, as you mentioned, not going to stay on the back foot for very long. This time comes down and attacks Athindra, who's going to be on that length pretty consistently.
There's also a very interesting point that I want to make. If Athindra is bowling and somebody like Milantha and Obis Pinar, who's played a lot of cricket, shall I use this right word? The ego comes into it. They want to dominate him because they don't want to allow him to bowl the way he is. So that adds a different dimension as well. And that also, the batters can lose some rhythm doing that.
What a delivery this is from Athindra Subramaniam. Right on a length, maybe a little bit of nip away. Just undoing Obis Pinar there. It's brilliant stuff here from the 17-year-old.
Little bit of seam movement as well. Look at that. It hits the deck and leaves Pinar. And Pinar, all at sea in this over. 3 dots out of 4 that he's faced. This is excellent from young Athindra. Good display of his skills.
This one pushed into the offside, should just be 1. It's a brilliant over this for the Atlanta Fire and Athindra Subramanian. Maybe the best all day long outside of that 4-run over from Emilio Alfonso. 12 overs gone, 111 for the loss of 2. Take a look at the batting scorecard. It's Lahidu Milantha, 61 from 33, and he's joined by Obis Pinar, who's got things going, 18 from 17. If you take a look at the bowling for the Atlanta Fire.
This is the feature with, if you look at this card very carefully, Atlanta Fire with 9 overs remaining, 8 overs rather remaining, have all the options open at this stage. So we see Emilio Alfonso going to finish off now, but with 7 overs left after this, they have all their frontline bowlers. They can come back and fill those overs. So this is the strategy that they use.
And if you look at the Manhattan, it started with a lot of tall towers, but just in 10, 11, 12, even 9, the towers just getting a touch smaller, and the Atlanta Fire just slowing things down.
And
again, Emilio Alfonso, he's been so tight. He's just kept things on stumps, not allowed the batters to free their arms, and the Morrisville Raptors have more than kindly obliged to just taking singles.
Just 1.
Again, use of the feet for Lahidu, but Emilio Alfonso, such a smart bowler. And just 1. again, for the Atlanta Fire. Just about restricting, bringing things down. We've seen brilliant starts yesterday from the Atlanta Lightning, but with a 145, and then only able to get themselves to 188. About 6 overs remaining. So,
umpire Samuels been officiating from the far end. One of the ever-present here at the Atlanta Cricket Field.
This one again just warped for a single. And the good thing about this for the Morrisville Raptors is there's not losing wickets. The wickets are still in hand. You still have the likes of Dane Pete, who we saw hit a couple big sixes. Abiram Bolasetti, who we know can get going very quickly. Matthew Ford, we know once he gets a nick. But for the Atlanta Fire, just keeping the runs down. If you can keep them under 190, you felt like you've won at this stage of the game.
Definitely 180, 190, very gettable here.
Use of the feet, back down the ground. Lahidum Milantha, he's had enough of the single-double stuff. He wants a boundary, and he gets it straight as you like, back down the ground. Lahidum Milantha has been in sudden touch, and that touch continues here in the 13th over.
It was coming. Milantha, after a little breather in the over number 12, he's really decided now that he's going to push on the accelerator. You were mentioning about the remaining batters. There's plenty of batters in the shed here. And with only 7.2 overs left, I think Milantha look to go hard from here on in.
Just pushes it into the leg side. Again, it's just been smart from the Morrisville Raptors. Haven't taken many unnecessary risks. That's why they've gotten to the position they're in. And they're just a delivery away from seeing out Emilio Alfonso and him going wicketless. This one just going down the leg side. Gonna be a wide delivery that, and you can see Jamar Hamilton just having a laugh with Obis PNR. Pushed into the leg side, and it will be a single to end the over. At the end of 13, it's 123 for the loss of 2.
It's a job well done by Morrisville Raptors, but they took care of Emilio Alfonso, and he went wicketless.
And you can see a 50-run partnership, 52 from 34. Lahidum Milantha has contributed 26 runs to it. Obis PNR hasn't missed out either. He's got all 21 of his runs partnered with Lahidum. Again, Lahidum Milantha, 69 runs to his name in total. It's a big partnership for the Raptors. When these two bat on, they've looked so good. They've found ways to win. They need one of the two to carry on, but Atinder Subramanian last over really bogged the Raptors down and troubled both Pinar and Milantha. Just went for 3 runs in his first. Can you replicate something similar?
He'll be trying to do that. I think these two top batters will be itching to go hard at him. They wouldn't allow him to bowl the way he did in the first over.
Pushes it through the offside, and again, I think Obis PNR, who in the first over looked to play a little bit more audacious, maybe a little unorthodox, just looking to play more with a straight bat against Athene after seeing what he was able to do, moving the ball away. The slower one, he distributed a cutter as well.
And between the overs, we saw the partnership. The partnerships are very crucial at this stage, the way the platform has been built. We saw yesterday Atlanta Lightning at one stage, exactly similarly, they were threatening to hit that 200 mark. Those fall of wickets stopped them from doing that.
Well, that's a full toss, and Lahidum Milantha, has he got all of it? Yeah, make no doubt about it. Make absolutely no doubt about it. That's 4 more through the leg side. And again, try to go the slower one, Athene.
This time he got it completely wrong, and it's a no ball as well. So it will be a free hit.
And pardon me, that is 6 runs from Lahidum Milantha. He's been so good today. I don't know why I ever doubted it was going to clear the rope. And again, gets a free hit as well. Athene just getting the slower one wrong and gives Lahidum another license to free his arms.
In this kind of form, Milantha is not going to miss out. That was for the height, though, waist height. It was on the way down, one may say. With a slow delivery, it was a loopy one. But umpires
And this one again into the leg side, and bigger and better than ever. Lahiru Milantha has been so good. Another huge maximum to his name. He moves into the 80s now on just 38 deliveries with that stroke there.
Wow, incredible hitting, incredible power there from Milantha. Look at the way he set up his base. And after that, all he had to do was wait for Ratindra's ball to arrive. And the power is absolutely amazing from this man.
Just putting Ratindra Subramaniam under a little bit of pressure now. Remember, he just was able to kind of bowl this over in the previous. Just gave up 3 runs, has already given up 14 runs from the first 2 deliveries.
They say cricket is a great leveler. Ratindra's all good work, 7 good deliveries. They have really come down crashing to earth after those 2 sixes.
This one just pushed into the offside. Going to be 1 out to third man. Again, good running between these two. And again, the Morrisville Raptors, who already picked up 14. That's 15 from the first half of this over. Just eases all of this. And Lahiru Milantha, if he can continue bat all 20, there's no telling what this score could end up being.
They're clearly learning from their innings yesterday, the Morrisville Raptors, and also from the innings of Atlanta Lightning, who they were facing in the first game yesterday, not to give the opposition a sniff and hit that 200 target to be safe on this Atlanta cricket field.
This time, Obis Pinar just accessing the offside, going to be 1 down the ground, and he's taken, again, a backseat to Lahiru Milantha. We know he can turn it on at any given point, but the way Lahiru Milantha is striking the ball, I don't think he'll mind just sitting at the non-striker's end and watching the display.
That's the feature of this partnership. So when Milantha was on the back foot, Obis Pinar was hitting all those boundaries. It's just a realization of the fact that which one of the two is in better rhythm at a particular moment, and the other partner realizes that and just gives the strike back, keeps the partnership. No wonder this has propelled very nicely for the Raptors.
And again, just run down through third man. It's just good batting this, and again, that's going to end up being 4 runs. He split the gap there, Lahiru Milantha. Lovely shot there, showing the finesse that time. We've seen a couple of power strokes. This time, the finesse on display. Got it through third man for 4 runs.
Nothing much wrong with the delivery, but the kind of form that Milantha is in, he picked his spot, just used the pace. Everything today has come out of the middle of his bat. And that purple patch that you dream of as a batter, Milantha has hit that today, right from ball 1.
And again, looking to run it down. This time going to find the fielder, and he'll retain strike going in to the 15th over. 14 overs gone, 144 for the loss of 2. The batting card, not much to tell. Lahiru Milantha, 87 from 41, and Obis Pinar, who's 23 from 22. He's just keeping things along, letting Lahiru Milantha take the bulk of the strike. As Lahiru, he's the name of the game for the Morrisville Raptors. We move on to the bowling card, though. A little bit of a different tale.
Definitely Atlanta Fire on the pump. They've been chasing leather all morning, but they have options. Kone Dry's got 3 overs left going into the last 6. Rakeem Cornwell has only bowled 2. Everett Dyer has got 2 overs left. So they have the resources. It's just the execution hasn't been there today. Not to take anything away from Lahiru Milantha, though. He's been nothing short of sensational.
That's going to prompt Rakeem Cornwall. He's got a wicket today, and it was the wicket of Vinod Kandaswamy. Now he's going to see if he can tempt Lahiru Milantha and get him out in a similar fashion. And they're going to need him. He's one of their strike bowlers. Need him to come up big and take this wicket. They're going to go for that quick single. Chance of a run out. Obis Pinar, full extension. And they're going to say he got home. Is good running this. A clear call, clear response.
Puts a high price on his wicket. He's quite tall and he's got long strides. He still wasn't prepared to take any chances. Brought out the big dive in the end and got in safely. And the next intriguing part of this game could be that with the advent of three figures being so close for Lahiro Milantha, is he going to change anything? Is he going to play a little bit of circumspect to get to those three figures?
Yeah,
We'll see where he goes. You can see that's Mohamed Abdullah Shah coming in, trying to clean off Obis PNR, the red clay, just on the blue and green of the Morrisville Raptors jersey there. And that's why he's called. He's just trying to get some of that clay off of him, trying to change his gloves as well.
It's not Mumbai, and it's not Roland Garros, but still red clay of Atlanta cricket fields. It's the two iconic venues that come to my mind when it comes to red clay.
Yeah, Georgia known for its clay. You always hear Georgia clay, Georgia clay. And we're getting to see Georgia clay on full display here today. And I think Obis PNR is going to get a little bit of it back in North Carolina, just hanging on his jersey. This one aerial, it's caught, and it's going to find the fielder. That's the wicket they were looking for. Rakeem Cornwall, he strikes, coming back into the attack. It's Obis PNR, he has to go, and the third wicket falls for the Morrisville Raptors.
Little bit of break in play really does do the trick for Atlanta Fire. Skipper Zain Saeed there, very muted celebrations would suggest that they feel that they're under the pump. Nonetheless, an important wicket because Pina can really hurt you in those last 5 overs. Zain Saeed grabbed it very neatly above his head. And Rakeem Cornwell, he's the man for Atlanta Fire once again.
145 for the loss of 2.
Batsman in, guys. Let's go.
And Obis PNR going with the third wicket. Brings out Dane Pete coming off of that 48 that he scored yesterday. A brilliant innings, a match-winning innings. Hit a 4 off the final delivery to claim the win for the Morrisville Raptors. He's going to look for some more brilliant ball striking today.
Dane Pete is everywhere with the ball, with the bat, and with the mic as well. But this is another important knock for him. Like I said, Morrisville Raptors would not want to finish before 200, so Dan Pete's contribution is important.
Finds an inside edge straight away, and again, Rakeem Cornwall, he just kept things so tight. Made things so difficult. Dane Pete just looking to cut it. It's just too close, and again, this is another look at the wicket. On a length, and Obis PNR is looking to take it over the top. Couldn't quite get all of it, just found the fielder. This time down the ground, Dane Pete goes. And it's straight into the hands of Leif Sarman. This time, he's unable to clear the boundary ropes, and on his second delivery, he has to go. Dane Pete, who had struck the ball so beautifully yesterday, this is a big wicket for the Atlanta Fire. It's 2 and 3 deliveries now.
A little bit of extra bounce as he looks at the bat when Dane Peets is walking back. He couldn't hit the sweet spot. Change of pace there, and also the line, he had to drag the ball from way outside the off stump. Lee positioned himself very nicely, keeping one eye on the rope behind him. Atlanta Fire needed that. 2 wickets in the over from their star man.
145 for the loss of 4. And that'll bring out young Abiram Bolasetti. Came in yesterday, hit a couple of shots down the ground. Was caught a square leg, and we already know the power that he possesses. He'll be at the non-striker's end. The power he possesses at Church Street Park, 44 from 22. You can see in 19 matches, 104 runs. Part of that USA under-19 setup. More known for what he does with the ball, but he's a very important bat for the Morrisville Raptors.
Come at T.
Big strikers keep coming. Abiram's role will be very important, and Milantha's role is even more important. With 2 wickets, Still with 5 overs to go. They need to string another partnership here.
And this one pushed down the ground. The call is for 2. Cover getting to it, and they're going to push. Abhiram's quick. Is he quick enough? Oh, the throw wasn't there. Had the throw been on, would have been really close and tight for Abhiram Volasetti. Instead, he gets home safely, and Lahiru Milantha back on strike.
That's good cricket from the Raptors. They took on the arm of the fielder. And that bounce really allowed Abhiram to get back in.
Oh, good adjustment this from Akeem Cornwall. Saw the movement early, pulled the length back, and just a single to end the over. This is probably the best over for the Atlanta Fire. 2 wickets coming from it. 15 overs gone, 148 for the loss of 4.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
The Atlanta Cricket Fields for day number 2 of this weekend in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Weekend number 7 as the action intensifies. These 2 teams looking for a playoff berth. How important today's game will be. Jamal Hamilton, Leeward Islands captain. Huge addition for this Atlanta Fire team. He's been in the runs, organizing his field. Cornet Dry back into the attack.
If all goes to plan, I think Cornet Dry will finish from that end because he's got 3 overs remaining. We've seen at times he struggles in the death overs though. Atlanta Fire will be hoping that today's is one of his better days at the death end of the innings. But they got plenty of options. And Milantha into the 90s. His 3 figures is also looming, so that adds more drama to the action. No shortage of drama today here all day, right from ball 1.
Well, because they've had Lahiru Milantha, who sneak a quick single at the crease in this superb innings of 91, it's meant that they've been able to sustain that scoring rate. Remember, they started aggressively inside the power play, scored over 10 runs and over 67 came from the first 6 overs. And even overs 6 to 10, even though they didn't score at that rate, the fact that they were able to build a partnership through Milantha and Jacobus Pinar meant that they now have a platform to go in the last 5 overs. 74 runs between Milantha and Pinar. You just need 1 big partnership in T20 cricket. And now they've got almost 5 overs to bat. We saw though yesterday Faisal Shah where this Raptors team, well actually we saw with the Lightning yesterday, they were 130 for 1 after 14 overs and lost 5 wickets for 49 runs in the last 5. So the Raptors will learn from that and they'll want to ensure that they can bat to the 20th over and capitalize. Like this though from the Fire in these last couple of overs, they're keeping it tight.
Absolutely, and this is what you were making point with Aman earlier on as well, that looks like the Raptors have learned their lesson from the game yesterday, not only from their own innings, but from the Atlanta Lightning innings as well. Those 2 wickets in the previous over would have put them slightly back, but they would want to make sure that the fate of Atlanta Lightning, what happened to them, it doesn't happen today, and they don't end up before getting up to 200. That's the least they need after the kind of platform they had.
Well, hold the pose, Volasetti, because he's so strong off the hips. It's gone a long way back. Maybe the biggest of the weekend. And what a way to open your account. Just trouncing him back over his head, Cornet Dry.
The premium fast bowler getting hit over his head and into the car park. A massive blow from the young man. Look at the base, very, very strong base. And the bat swing through the line, hit it the sweet part of the bat, and look at that, it sailed into the car park. Where's your car parked, Nikhil? That was in danger.
Well, my Toyota Tundra is very strong, so I'm not worried by any cricket ball. I've drove the Toyota Tundra here to the ground, and I'm not worried. Wherever I park it at this Atlanta cricket field, it's safe. I can tell you who's not, though. Cornet Dry, because he's got Milantha at the other end. 91 from 45 deliveries. A strike rate of over 200. And this youngster, you heard Dan Pete yesterday talk about the youth that they have in this team. Something that they go by. Last year, tons of youngsters. Again, 4 under-21 players in this Raptors team today. Slower delivery. This time it goes straight up. Chance of a catch, and it doesn't carry to Rishi Pandey at long on. Cornet Dry can't believe it.
Slow delivery. Abhiram couldn't get hold of it. Yeah, talking about the youngsters there. This is my 3rd season of watching Abhiram, because for the first time when I saw him, it was that season where we couldn't play the minor league because of COVID, but the team still went ahead and played some exhibition games. And what caught my eye was that the way he bowled in those games and the way he fielded, he gave his all, and Morrisville was able to win a very close contest, and him and Rohan Patke was at the forefront of that. But it's very amazing to see the growth of this youngster.
Yesterday, this Morrisville Raptors team, in pursuit of that 180 against the Lightning, after 15 overs, they were 137 for 6. Today, they've been much better because someone has gotten a big contribution from the top order, and that's Lahira Milantha. 148 for 4. You think the standard, especially with 6 wickets in hand, to score at 10 runs and over in the last 5, they don't get to 200 here. I think is a huge success for the Atlanta Fire. Wide of the crease, and nicked and gone. Milantha knew it straight away. He'll be disappointed that he can't get to the triple-figure score. But Cornet Dry, after going for some runs early, able to strike back in a big way.
Let's go, boys. Under 160.
Excellent bowling from Cornet Dry. Milantha was moving around in the crease a little bit too much. He hadn't done that all innings. His balance had been immaculate, but at this late stage, he went too far away, and in the end, barely got to the ball. Just a faint nick, and Jamar Hamilton has done the rest. But stand up for a magnificent knock from Lahiro Milantha. He walks back to a standing ovation. Gone for 91 of just 47.
156 for 5. Matthew Ford walks out at number 7. How often do we see this in this game of cricket? 1 wicket, always bringing 2, breaks the momentum. Ford, though, very good striker up the cricket ball. Matthew Ford just got 5 yesterday. He'll be looking now to make a contribution for his team with the bat in hand. He's so good at this phase of the innings. Such a good young player. Will be in that Caribbean Premier League in a few weeks' time, playing for the St. Lucia Kings. And you'll know Raheem Cornwall, who's coming to bowl his final over very well. This is an interesting move from Saeed. Very slow, Bolisetti. Now, this is an interesting roll of the dice from Zain Saeed. He had 1 over from Raheem Cornwall. He's bowling him in the 17th over. Just wondered maybe if he would keep him for that penultimate. But he's taken 2 wickets in his last over and looking for more. Nicked and just out of the reach of Atindra Subramaniam. And it's going to be more runs. Another boundary for the Morrisville Raptors. Bolisetti dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Slightly slower, but quite wide, allowed Bolisetti to free his arms. And it went perilously close to that short third fielder. And young Atin couldn't get to the ball, but Morrisville will take the boundaries because loss of 3 wickets inside the previous 2 overs has really dented their momentum. Although a 6 and a 4 from Bolisetti has kept the scoreboard ticking, but that flow of the innings seems to have been disrupted by the fall of wickets.
In the last 2 overs, they've taken 3 wickets, the Atlanta Fire. They've done well to peg them back because when you look at overs between 10 and 15, they were 100 for 2 after over number 10 in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. They scored at 9 runs and over in that middle phase, which is one of the toughest periods to score from when you got spin into the attack. Had Cornwall, Amila Ponzo, This is the wicket of Lahir Milantha. What a knock it was, but just better thinking from Cornet Dry, seeing Milantha making space and going wide outside the off stump. And Milantha at this stage, everything must go. So unable to get contact, well, make contact with the middle of the bat. Ford underway straight away.
Fire looking to limit the damage now in these final 3 overs.
Oh, almost taking that outside edge. We've seen the Morrisville Raptors dugout there. They're a team that believes they bat their depth. We saw yesterday they bat the depth that they got in this batting lineup.
Oh, bowling, Jim.
They won that game against the Lightning in the very final delivery by just 2 wickets. And we saw what Aditya Padala was able to come out at number 10 and strike 16 not out. Couple of big blows, couple of boundaries. End of the 17th over. A good spell for Cornwall. 163 for 5.
Quick change here.
Well, 5 wickets down, the Morrisville Raptors, they've been able to sustain this run rate of over 9 and over pretty much throughout this innings. Right from that blistering start they got inside the power play, 67 came. And they know that they'll need a big total given the power that the Atlanta Fire possess. Going back to Cornet Dry, who's got 2 overs remaining. Everard Dyer also with 2. He's picked up 3 wickets yesterday, but haven't seen much of him. It'll be an interesting call now for the captain to make. Does he even go back to the young Atinja Subramanian?
This is how Atlanta Fire does. Look at the options available at their disposal towards the back end. But I think Cornet Dry more likely will finish from that end, the top end of the ground.
Plays that extremely well over his head. Cornet Dry was on the back foot, had to almost flat bat it, and he's able to get back for 2 as well. Good batting from Bolisetti.
Yeah, like we're checking the bowling options for Atlanta Fire. Dry's more likely to finish from the top end of the ground, but that 1 over and plenty of options for skipper Zen Said. Who does he want to go? Does he want to go to Everett Dyer? Probably more likely the case with his pace and heat, because he came coming off a very good game yesterday. But like we mentioned before, Morrisville Raptors, I think for the first time in quite some time, the average has dropped below 10 and over.
Well, boy, good Yorker from Dry. They're going to get a single, but you don't mind that too much at this stage. The way that they've been able to contain since taking those 2 wickets, it was all about that 15th over from Rakim Cornwall, where he dismissed both Jacobus Pinar and Dane Pete. 2 huge wickets. Of course, this tournament not possible without our corporate partners, likes of Sunoco, Dafa News, of course. You can check all the action, all the recaps from the weekend, every weekend of this minor league. See there, interesting field set for Cornet Dry. He's got sweepers on the boundary in both the off and on side. Long off, long on in place as well, the 4 out. Matthew Ford, he packs the punch and he hits it in the gap as well. Just effortless from the all-rounder.
Effortless indeed. He looked at ease, a very, very solid base on that occasion, but did hardly seem to have hit it and held his pose. Look at that. This is immaculate balance and just inside the rope to get him a boundary. And that is important. This contribution from Matthew Ford is very important in the context of this game and also in this group as well, because it's so tight here and a lot can hinge on these last 2.5 overs.
I mentioned Ford yesterday and what he comes into this minor league with. Obviously last season getting 20 wickets, but also striking at 190. So he's known to perform at this stage. Couple of hundreds back in Barbados as well. The BCA Super Cup, 134 not out in 65 deliveries just 2 weekends ago. He's in good touch, this young man. And I spoke to him yesterday after the game. He was disappointed because he felt he didn't really commit. He was caught at cow corner for just 5 at a phase where he would back himself to go all the way and win the game with Dane Pete. Some words exchanged between Matthew Ford and Cornet Dry. You have to love the intensity. Boiling. Cornet Dry, it's been a tough day for him at the office. He's gone for runs early on. And now we know the importance of holding your nerve at this stage. Faisal Shah.
I like the intensity though. I like the battle.
Bolisetti hasn't quite connected. And it doesn't carry to Palash down at long off. So another let-off for the Raptors, but you just watch all of a sudden, the boundaries have dried up. Even though they've got that one in the over, they've only conceded 9 runs. If he can close this out without leaking too many runs in this final delivery, I think it'll be a success. All of a sudden, 200 seeming like a mountain to climb now for the Raptors.
Bit of a needle between the two. See what's Matthew Ford's response going to be.
Through extra cover this time. He's timed it well, but it's extremely well fielded by Zain Saeed, the captain, to save a boundary for his team and end with just a single. End of 18, 173 for 5.
These two are still going at each other. It's 173 for 5 with just 2 overs to go. Matthew Ford and Bolisetti will be looking for a grandstand finish. Look at the last 4 or 5 overs, Nikhil. It's a sudden drop in scoring due to those fall of wickets.
And I know it's a cliche, but it's so often you see, as soon as wickets fall, a 74-run partnership between Jacobus Pinar and Lahira Milantha. But this is what these two teams are competing for. The Raptors have got 2 games in hand. If they win today, you think they go to the top of that table, and they're also in a very comfortable position, especially going to Church Street Park next weekend. They'll be at home for the final group stage matches. Oh, this minor league, you couldn't have asked for a much closer battle. Everard Dyer comes back into the attack. He's been expensive today, but he's a born wicket taker. Good to see the youth in attendance as well.
The Atlanta Fire hospitality dugout. Good atmosphere here in the fields, and the home side, Atlanta Fire, who's been under the pump for most of this innings, seems to have made a slight comeback in the last 3 overs. See if that continues in the final 2.
Everett Dyer starting with a wide outside that off stump. He's going to have to reboard that, and extras at this stage so costly because it not only is another run. The Atlanta Fire, it's Coach Wildon Cornwall there. Kunj Patel, a new sub for the Atlanta Fire, 8 years old. Had a chat with him in my brief break. Such a fine young player. 2 is the call. It's going to be, should get it quite easy in the end. Faisal Shah, I don't know if you've seen young Kunj Patel, but that young man, he's subbing for the Atlanta Fire today. I've watched some of his shots on social media, etc. At 8 years old, he is one to watch.
I've seen him play, and I can tell you he can play. Even at 8, some of his strokes, it's just symbolic, I think, but look at him carrying the drinks. He's happy to play his part. But as they say, it's a cliche, but remember the name.
Crafty from Matthew Ford. In the end, it gets the job done. He didn't quite execute what he was looking to do, go over fine leg. But he won't mind that because he's got a crucial boundary for his team. This is the stage where the Morrisville Raptors have got to continue to attack.
It's the need of the hour. They need to find the boundaries. And Matthew Ford, who's a good striker down the ground, still chose the option to go behind the keeper. And good execution will earn him a boundary.
This time he goes in front. And able to just get it for a single. Good slower delivery by Everett Dyer. He wanted to come up for 2 forward, but he would have been. Now, Jamar Hamilton is something else behind those stumps. Always fast to give the umpires some work to do, because every single opportunity he will hit the stumps. What an excellent player to have in this tournament. 93 first-class matches. He's just captained the Leeward Islands earlier this year in red ball cricket. He's such an experienced campaigner for this team, and really a joy to watch. 243 runs. Didn't bat yesterday. 93 games at the red ball level. He's played for the West Indies as well. 1 ODI and 1 test.
He's an absolute character, it may seem, and none of the batters were saved from what he had to do behind the stumps and what he had to think about their play. But this is the kind of character he is, keeping his charges on the toes as well. Remember, they're missing their regular skipper, Atlanta Fire, Aaron Jones. So the likes of Hamilton has come to the fore.
Don't do cover. Two is the call. They're always looking, these two. Remember, they're two under-21 players for this Morrisville Raptors team. And it's also put some pressure on the Fire in the field. We've seen a couple misfields, a couple fumbles, and it just tells you the intensity that's out in the middle between this pair. They're looking to run very hard between the wickets at this stage. Projected score 196. If they can maintain this 9.6 run rate, which will be a very competitive total, 26 now between the two.
That projected score has come down. It was way above 200 at one stage. But with those follow wickets and not many boundaries, just a one in the previous over and only one in this over so far.
Scintillating strike from Ford, and it takes out some in the process. Matthew Ford, he's got immense power, especially in the last 5 overs. This is his time to dominate.
That's the kind of finish they needed to the over, because Dyer had gotten away with just the one boundary before that. But Matthew Ford absolutely nailed that. Look at that once again. I really like his balance, his head position, and he was in good position to smack it. A length delivery, you have to say, from Dyer at this stage wasn't a good option, but Matthew Ford came up with the goods.
He's been brought in as a late replacement for Colin Archibald, who was so good, 124 runs. He was in the wickets as well for the Morrisville Raptors. He had to go back to the West Indies to play for the A team. They brought in a like-for-like switch in terms of an all-rounder who can bowl that seam. In Matthew Ford, he took 2 wickets yesterday. He was expensive, but today, continuing to show his value. Young Abhiram Bolisetti at the other end. Let's not discount what he's been able to do for this team. A couple of big sixes. And now in the final over, just 12 away from that 200 mark. You would expect them to get that and probably a bit more as well. And even though the Atlanta Fire... Oh, it's gone through Amila Aponzo. He's one of the best fielders in this tournament. He would have expected to stop that, but it's gone straight through him.
There is no way that should have gone to the boundary. It hit him pretty low on the bat. He couldn't get underneath it, but this is the power that these players possess these days. That even from that part of the bat, look at how it went away. Luckily, it was in the gap. And Amila Aponso couldn't cater for the extra bounce of these hard Atlanta field surface. But that's a great start to the over for the Morrisville.
Excellently stopped by Hamilton. Had he gone to the keepers or anything and hit direct, Matthew Ford could have been in some trouble, but he wants to strike Ford. Still 4 deliveries remaining in this over, and this is the battle we want to see. Corner dry to Matthew Ford, the 2 big fast bowlers. Had some words in the last over. It was a good delivery, though, because he's using that bit of extra bounce. Very hard for Abhiram Bolisetti to take on that square boundary. Even though he's shown he can clear it, I like the option going wide. Where does he bowl to Ford? We've already seen him dispatch a couple out the ground. Oh, goes pace off. Big swing and a miss from Ford. Crucial dot delivery at this stage.
Look at that. The line in length, slightly slower as well. Matthew Ford gave it the almighty go. And that man is in action again, Jamar Hamilton. He's such a character. But this is a good contest, like you said. Corner dry will look to have the last laugh against Matthew Ford.
Another big swing and a miss, and it goes to Hamilton. He'll be extremely disappointed with that, Jamar Hamilton, because he's such a good keeper who takes so much pride in his work behind the stumps, but that's sometimes what pressure does. He's disgusted with himself, but they do get some awkward bounce right in front. It was a slower delivery by Dry. Just bounced through him, and no, tough to stop that one.
Went through his legs. Must be disappointed. He sets very high standards like we've been discussing. Immediately raises his hand and apologizes Crucial runs for the Raptors. They're getting closer to that magical 200 figure.
Extremely well bowled. 34 runs, now 35 make that, have come from the last 17 deliveries of this innings. And even after going into the last 5 overs, the Fire were able to pull things back. You look at the 16th over, they only conceded 8 runs. Then in the 17th, 7. But since the 17th over, when this pair has come together, the 2 youngsters for the Morrisville Raptors, they've gone at almost 2 runs a ball. It's been excellent to watch, almost 12 and over since that 17th over, and it's helped them get up to that 200 mark. Final delivery of the innings. And this is going to be a wide corner dry. He goes to the shorter delivery. Matthew Ford wanted the strike for that final delivery.
After bowling a couple of slow deliveries, he went into the pitch. Way too high, though. Easy call from Par Samuels from square leg. On 199, so they're almost there.
We're relying on you too much now.
Bolisetti will look to go big with this final delivery. And you can see just Shamar Hamilton making some repairs. Of course, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, these games is going to require a big start from them. We know what they have in terms of Raheem Cornwall and what he was able to do yesterday, 37 from 14. This man on screen is going to have a part to play with the ball in hand as well, with his cutters into the pitch. They'll need to take early wickets because we know the power play, the start that they can get off to. The final delivery. Into the gap. What a good shot that is from Bolisetti. Didn't really connect with it, but the main thing was the direction. Just positioned it so well to maneuver and take them past 200. Excellent finish to the innings for the Raptors. 203, the score to beat.
The innings began with boundaries of corner dry, and the innings ended with boundaries of corner dry's final over. He's had a rough day at the office today, but Morrisville Raptors getting through to that magical figure of 200 on the final delivery of the innings. 203 is a very, very formidable total, even for Atlanta Fire at home. This has been a magnificent display of batting from Morrisville Raptors right from the beginning. Lahiro Milantha was the star man, but the contribution all the way down the order meant that a great batting effort from the entire team sees them at 203 after 20 overs.
A 47-run partnership to end the innings from just 26 deliveries. Here's how the innings unfolded. Milantha, what a start for him. 91 from just 47 deliveries at the top, a strike rate of close to 200. Then they lost their way in the middle, but it was all about the big finish from the 2 youngsters, Bolisetti and Matthew Ford, both with good strike rates, helping them keep that run rate to above 10 and get past the 200 mark.
Bowling card, corner drive, went for 40 of his 4. Raheem Cornwall was the star man with the ball, 3 wickets for 25. He was really the man who pegged the scoring rate back after the 15th over. But overall, Atlanta Fire, their discipline wasn't there with the ball. Under attack from Milantha and the rest of the Raptor batters really conceded too many.
Well, it will mean that we have another exciting game of cricket on our hands. We saw 189 be gunned down yesterday by the Raptors. Today, they've got to defend, and it'll be 203 that they need to defend. The Fire are going to have to start well and continue to score at over 10 runs per over. What a first innings it's been, full of events. Lahiro Milantha, gorgeous to say the least when you look at his shot making through extra cover, through cover. The very first over went for 12 runs. It was 3 boundaries against corner drive, all through the offside. Just such a stylish player. Kendaswamy at the other end tried to support Milantha, got himself away as well. Anything short, he pounced on. And the Fire were very expensive to start, conceded over 10 runs per over in the first 6. Raheem Cornwall came, and he was also dispatched. And anytime you can hit Raheem Cornwall, who's so meticulous for a couple of boundaries, you know you're doing well. He made some adjustments in the field, but Milantha was just better to the task. Kendaswamy at the other end. I mentioned that anytime they had that sort of shorter length, he was able to pounce. This man, though, Lahir Milantha from Sri Lanka, so glorious to watch. One of his 4th 50 for him today. And even he showed the ability to go big as well. Just pounced on that pace from Everard Dyer. When it was short, he hit it over square leg. Kendaswamy, the 2 opening partners, they got up to a 49-run partnership. Went over mid-off that time, Vinod Kumar, Kendaswamy, but then another start for him, and he had to go. Rakim Kawa much slower, just walking past one, Kendaswamy. Hamilton doing the rest, so quick behind. Now this over went for 18 runs. It was the final over of the power play, and just when you thought the game was slipping away from the Raptors, they commanded authority with this final over, the 6th over. Leib Sauerman conceded 18, and then Ridwan Palash, an X factor with his off-spin, came in with his off-spin and took a wicket as well. Cornet Dry completing the catch at long on. Lahir Milantha with his left-hand ability, showing that he can attack all 360 degrees of the field. Got to his 4th 50 of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. He was brilliant. And at the other end, Jacob Ospiniar, who's been the leading run scorer for this team. He got a start yesterday, was disappointed he wasn't able to cash in. Today, though, it's slightly different in terms of his rhythm. Was more supporting in his role to Lahir Milantha, but he's so good at using behind square because he's just nifty in his ability to open the face and ride it down. Milantha showed it as well to the fastest spin of Emila Aponzo. But then Jacob Ospiniar, the partnership, 74 runs between these two was broken. Rakim Cornwall striking back, as he so often does, making an impact for this Atlanta Fire team. And in the same over, Dane Pete, who was the hero yesterday, 0 today, caught at mid-wicket. Just 2 balls he faced. Good catch by Sauerman in the end. And Abhiram Bolisetti, this is the pair that finished it off. 47 and just 26 deliveries. The 2 under-21 players for this Morrisville Raptors team. And Bolisetti, boy, was he impressive. A couple of boundaries through point. And just such a strong base. The youngster, he would have been hungry to cash in after missing out yesterday. Matthew Ford, first return of runs for him in his 2nd season of the minor league. Just his 2nd game for these Raptors, but boy, does he have some power. So effortless, that maximum, which went a long way back. And this partnership was the one that made all the difference. Abhiram Bolisetti in the last over, helping his team with the final delivery get up to 200. Just positioned it so well, the timing, immaculate, and in the end, the psychological advantage of that 200 mark. When you return, don't go anywhere, don't move a muscle, don't change the channel, because the Atlanta Fire, who are at home in a must-win for them, need 204 to win at 10.2 runs per over. We'll see you soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
The Morrisville Raptors, 203 on the board. '91 from Lahira Milantha. And of course, Jacobus Pinar supporting him, but it was all about that finish. 47 from just 26 deliveries. Aman Patel alongside me. Aman, when you look at the innings, what do you think in terms of the 203 total? Is that a competitive one?
I think it is a competitive one here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields, but we've seen a lot of big scores chaseable. I think, you know, when you talk about the Morrisville Raptors, the one positive you take away was they didn't lose wickets in the middle period. You talk about the Atlanta Lightning yesterday, who had 144 very early on, only able to get to 188 because they weren't able to get wickets pretty consistently. And Rakeem Cornwall, who was probably the star with the ball, 4 overs, 25 runs, and 3 wickets. He's going to have to be the star with the bat. I think he is the key wicket for the Atlanta Fire if they hope to chase down this 204.
The Fire need 204. Of course, for victory. They have to go at over 10 runs per over. And the reason why this is such an important game for the Atlanta Fire and the Morrisville Raptors is because when you look at the Southern Division between the two teams, it's really a neck-and-neck race when you look at the Lightning, the Atlanta Fire, and the Morrisville Raptors. You can see there, if you really analyze this, obviously the Galaxy and the Lions, you think they're out by now. But the Atlanta Fire, 15 points in their 10 games. They have obviously 4 more, including this, games to go in the group stages. The Raptors have got 5. And you know the importance of this inter-division rivalry. First time these two teams are meeting in this tournament. Next weekend they'll meet again, coming to you next week, Friday. And that will be another mouth-watering affair in your hometown, Aman Patel, but also under lights.
Everything changes in Morrisville under the lights. We've already seen some brilliant games, and we know this one's going to be brilliant, and we're ready for some more brilliant stuff back in Morrisville.
Well, that first innings was highlighted by one brilliant innings, and it has to be Lahira Milantha, a strike rate of close to 200. Boy, was he mightily impressive. We know the reliance on Jacobus Pinar and Milantha. 91 from 47, 8 of these boundaries, and 6 maximums to go with it as well. But he's just such a stylish player, one that you would have watched for a long time, Aman Patel.
Yeah, he came into the Morrisville setup last year, and immediately his impact was felt. And again, this season has been such a key member up top of the order, scoring a couple of 50s at Church Street Park, scored one last week, and now he's back in another big innings for him at the Atlanta Cricket Field, showing all the shots against all the bowlers.
Well, he was brilliant. 6 maximums for him. A man that's come in with over 1,000 T20 runs at the highest level, playing in Sri Lanka. Obviously, in the many T20 leagues that they have, obviously would have played at the 18 level as well. First class average of 44. You know he's such a classy player. And he entered today with a huge reputation. And also, especially when you look at the run count for him, 284 runs now in the 8 innings. And after today's knock, he now moves into the 300s, 375 for him. But the Morrisville Raptors, they just have a blueprint on how they want to win games. They like batting first. They like posting big totals, and they bat their bowling. They have been in some real close battles. We've seen them in a super over already this season against the Philadelphians. Yesterday, that game going to the final over. I mean, it was really a real heartwarming way to see the finish of Captain Dane Pete, who leads his team out. He's able to hit a 4 on the very last delivery to win the game for his team.
And not a surprising result there, because we've already seen Dane Pete do it this year. Last ball finish against the New Jersey Somerset Cavaliers, needed a single off that delivery. Dane Pete on strike, and he showed the ice in his veins celebration yesterday. He's had ice in his veins all season long, and he's leading his troops out here, again, trying to defend 204, and it's the opening wicket of Rakeem Cornwall that is going to be the key one for the Morrisville Raptors.
Well, they've done it twice before in this tournament where they've had big totals on the board. 225 for 8 just last weekend against the Lions. They were able to restrict them to 117, and then also early in the season against the Manhattan Yorkers, they posted 190 in the 20 overs and kept them to 183. But we know the power of that man on screen, and we also know that the Atlanta Fire in the last 2 games have chased successfully. They are a team that like to chase. They won the toss. They bowl first for a reason. How important is he going to be?
I think he is the key for the Atlanta Fire. We saw with them, again, when he gets off to a good start, yesterday 37 runs just off of 14 deliveries, was so good all the way throughout the day and propelled them to a great start. And without their international players, Stephen Taylor, Aaron Jones, who have been up top the order and the one-down position, it's ever more important for Rakeem Cornwall to have a big innings.
Rakeem Cornwall, so good, so effective. A team that's only lost once chasing in this tournament to the New Jersey Stallions, the Atlanta Fire. Cornwall has gone to the 400-run mark. Now with the 3 wickets today, he's also got 10. Can't ask for much more. His captain at the other end, Zain Saeed. Now this is interesting. I wondered if Saeed would open the batting because of obviously the miss of Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor. That batting lineup is slightly weakened, so they're opting because they know they need a big start. Cornwall's going to need much more than just 37 today. Jacobus Pinar with the new ball in hand. And with his left arm spin, he's picked up some wickets, not only for the Raptors, but the St. Louis Americans last season as well as captain. Well, what a run chase this promises to be. First delivery, here we go. Starts with a quick one in the surface, and Rakeem Cornwall, as he so often does, he's the leading 6-hitter in this 2022 Toyota Minor League, and he's showing you why.
Well, what a way to get this run chase going. You already talked about it. It's going to be a mouth-watering affair. This one dug into the wicket, and he starts off his innings just like he did yesterday with the boundary, this time bigger and better than ever. 6 runs for Rakeem Cornwall.
The ball striking from this man. He's gone past the 400-run mark this season. How do you stop him? Oh, look at the bounce. Pinar is a very tall man, and he bowls very quick through the air as well. It doesn't give you a lot of time. Cornwall, though, would have done his homework. The very first delivery, he reacted extremely quick in terms of to Pinar. Yesterday, he started with just a sort of pull, a heave into the onside. Today, again, starting with a maximum. Zain Saeed, the captain, in strike for the first time.
And Zain Saeed has a minor league century under his belt last year, part of an Atlanta setup. Was the captain there, and again, that century there has scored a lot of runs for that team. They're going to need him again today to support Rakeem Cornwall at the other end.
Well, it's in the air slightly for a second, a half second, but it's going to get into the boundary. Almost a carbon copy start than what we saw from the Raptors. But the Atlanta Fire are showing, well, we can hit boundaries as well.
Yeah, we know the Atlanta Fire can hit boundaries, and a little bit of width on offer to Zain Saeed, who coming into the day hasn't been in the greatest of touch, but yesterday got a little bit of confidence. You see this one, rocks back and sends it in front of square. 4 runs there.
Oh, this Atlanta Fire team, so dangerous. Team that's only lost once chasing. This time much straighter from Jacobus Pinar. You look at the feel that he has, never easy as a spinner. Bowling inside the power play, but I like to call him almost a fast bowler, Aman, because of the pace he bowls, just comes off of 2 steps. But he has that super fielder on the boundary in the offside, and one in the onside as well. The 2 out. Again, looking for that pull. He's so strong when that, on those shorter length deliveries. We saw a couple of pulls yesterday which went for maximums from Zain Saeed.
Yeah, so good on the pull, but Obis Pinar, as you just mentioned, is a lot quicker than you'd expect him to be. Comes in, again, from a very tall man and just darts it in. Doesn't give you much time to get back onto the back foot.
This time in the gap, and it will be more runs. A blistering hot start for the Atlanta Fire, who are bringing the heat here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. A great way to end the over. 15 runs from the first. The batting lineup, a lot to come for the Fire, but it'll be a lot on these two because they've got to go big. We saw already 67 runs being scored in the power play for just 1 wicket for the Raptors. And these two are going to have to cash in.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you talk about a middle order that doesn't have quite the depth that they've been used to. So Rakeem Cornwall and Zain Zayed, they're going to stick in. They're going to have to play some big shots. And we know Rakeem Cornwall is going to swing big. For the Morrisville Raptors, you got to find a way to slow him down, take his wicket, and expose that middle order. This is really the matchup for the Morrisville Raptors.
Well, Padala, who's been the leading wicket taker for this team, Aditya Padala, 20 wickets now in his minor league career, just under 21, young man. And what a knock it was yesterday. Today he's got to do it with the ball in hand. Went wicketless, but he made a contribution. And he's bowling to a man who's got more sixes than fours. 39 sixes compared to 34 boundaries. And that's not often you see something like that. Oh, wow. Wow, how close was that to taking the outside edge? Now, this is very interesting, Aman. Lahiro Milantha's come up to the stumps. And it just probably forced Rakeem Cornwall to stay in his crease. He's a man that likes to come down the track, likes to get close to the pitch of the delivery.
Yeah, you can see it here. Lahiro Milantha, very good wicketkeeper, and routinely does this to Aditya Padala. Nothing new. Likes to keep the batsman stuck in his crease.
Yes.
There again, wide outside the off stump. Probably the where you want to bowl to him. That left leg from Cornwall just sort of plants it straight down the track. So it then allows you, as a seamer, look at the angle as well. Left arm over, pushing the ball across the right-hander. This is good planning from the Raptors. It's got a fluent action as well, young Padala. I like it. Now this is in the air. Long on in place. Long on takes the catch. They've got the big scalp. Cornwall is going, walking back. And they know the importance of this wicket.
Lahiro Milantha, who's usually a very quiet individual, you could hear this celebration on the stump mics. He knows the importance of this wicket, and it's young Aditya Padala, who scored some big runs off the bat yesterday with the initial wicket, and it's Obis PNR in the deep, safest pair of hands. Rakeem Cornwall just trying to go down the ground, but all he could do, pick out Obis PNR, and he's got to walk back.
Came off the inner half of the bat. He'd be disappointed, Cornwall. Gone for 6, especially when you're chasing 200. You need him to cash in. 15 now for 1. Well, it's ejected dugout because they know just how good he is, how important he's been for his team. It brings Lieb Sauerman to the middle, who played some good strokes yesterday. Got a start for his team, 15 it was. But today, they've got a completely different challenge. 106 it was that they were chasing yesterday. A team that's only lost once in 5 times chasing the Atlanta Fire. They like to do this, but how often do they do it without the big man, Rakeem Cornwall, because he was looking to go down the ground. It's why he had that long on in place. Just made the fielding adjustment. It's good captaincy from Dane Pete. And Obis PNR putting his best fielder there. Not going to drop that.
Yeah, big wicket. And Aditya Padala, he's been the strike bowler for the Morrisville Raptors, their leader in the wickets. And he's taken one at the most crucial time for them. Again, as we round out this back half of this tournament, we're just heading into playoff time, and the Morrisville Raptors come up huge.
Run out chance of the bowler's end. Padala, what an over this has been. Wicket and a single, just a single after 15 runs came from that first over. But not only, they won't be too worried about the runs because they have the luxury of having 200 on the board. But the thing will be the wickets. They've already taken one. They need a captain at the other end. We now think those in with Rakeem Cornwall gone. The importance, the impetus now goes to Zain Saeed, the captain, and Jamar Hamilton, who's yet to come. This young man, though, Aditya Padala, he's one to watch because he's got 11 wickets. Just a very fluent action. That gather at the crease. And the finish reminds me a lot of Praveen Kumar, the Indian seamer who would have obviously played at the highest level for a number of years. Good fluent action, even though the pace is not there. I'm excited to see what he can do on a turf surface with a bit of sideways movement.
Yeah, he's someone who is not known for the swing, but I saw him at the minor league youth championships, was able to move it there. More known for his cutters and what he can do with the fingers over the ball.
Well, that's one, a slower delivery, looked like a leg cutter. Goes through the keeper. Just a single, so. What an over though for the Morrisville Raptors. The wicket that they would have wanted so desperately. Cornwall gone. End of 2, 17 for 1.
My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship continuing to intensify, continuing to heat up weekend by weekend. In the last over, a big moment for the Morrisville Raptors. This is such good bowling because the previous 2 deliveries, Padala was able to push it wide of Cornwall. Then in the very 3rd delivery of the over, went straight at the body and almost caught him off guard. Even with the long on in place, I mean, you thought maybe you would have predicted that line. But in the end, came off the inner half of the bat. And we know he's human at the end of the day. Raheem Cornwall, as important as he's been, he's almost gonna fail at some stage.
Yeah, surprising. We didn't know if Raheem Cornwall was human here. In his first match, it's 16 sixes, so obviously not something that many humans could do, but a little kink in the armor. And the Morrisville Raptors, they took advantage, they've got the wicket, and all the pressure now rests on the shoulders of the Atlanta Fire.
Well, Saravana Kumar into the attack. 8 wickets this season, been a decent run for him. You have Saruman, hits it well, but straight to the fielder. And all of a sudden, the dot balls being strung together. The Atlanta Fire, well, they've still got a lot of batting to come. Jamar Hamilton, right of screen, very important. He's gotten a few 50s in this tournament. They have to ensure that they take this game as deep as possible. Silence in the dugout. I don't think they're used to seeing Cornwall sit next to them inside the power play, at least. Into the onside. And also, Aman, a key factor to remember is that even if the Atlanta Fire have lost Cornwall early, they've had the likes of Stephen Taylor, Aaron Jones to rely on. Today, though, there's going to be a lot on Jamar Hamilton, who's obviously captain the Leeward Islands. Still usually bats at number 4. There he is, talking to Emilio Aponzo, right of screen. He's a very effective player in this T20 format, in the white ball format, across the 50 over and T20 format. So the Fire need to ensure that they can at least get through this power play, still score at a decent clip, and set up the game nicely for the hitters at the back end. It's aerial again by Zain Saeed. There is a deep mid-wicket, and he's picked him out. Second big blow for the Atlanta Fire. Zain Saeed, the captain, who's been so important for this team, especially in the Keys' absences. He's walking back. Trouble now.
Both the openers gone, and it's Kiran Sarvanakumar who delivers this blow. So just rolled his fingers over that delivery. Zain Zayed just saw it drifting to his legs. You can see it here. Just looking to take it over the leg side, but all he could do, pick out Abhiram Bulasetti standing at deep mid-wicket. Good knock with the bat now. Safe pair of hands, subdued celebration, and Zayed has to walk.
Saeed going for 9, 18 for 2. But if it's one man to get the job done for the Fire, it's going to be this man, Jamar Hamilton, because he has the ability to take the game on and change the game with his power hitting. He comes in at number 4. He's had a good season, gone past the 300 mark. Would have played a couple, sorry, that's his career. He would have played a couple games last season for the Lone Star Athletics. Now coming over to the Atlanta Conference. He's got 243 runs in this year's tournament, averaging over 30. Jamar Hamilton. And a strike rate of 155. It tells you about his ability, especially in these power play overs. But I think, Aman, the main thing is going to have to be, can he get through sort of this power play without losing another wicket? Already 2 down the Fire. Milantha up to the stumps again as he misses his run-up. Saravana Kumar.
Yeah, again, I think the key here, if you're the Atlanta Fire, is just got to hold on to wickets. Again, you take a look at this one here. Just try to take it over the leg side, but just picked out the fielder. for the Atlanta Fire and for any game here at Atlanta Cricket Fields. We've seen if you lose wickets in bunches, it's hard to pick up the scoring rate from there. A lot of pressure on Leap Sarman.
Goes over cover this time. Will try to go over cover, but it doesn't matter about the execution. The main thing is that they got 4 for it. They need a lot more of where that came from, the Atlanta Fire.
A little bit of width on offer, and he pounces on it. Leap Sarman just stays on the back foot. He's able to help it over the top of backward point. Gets 4 runs forward, and again, not the area who's trying to attack, but will take 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, much more like it from the Fire. Someone showed yesterday, showed us glimpses in his very first innings that he can find the boundary in the offside especially. White signal down the leg side. Milantha up to the stumps. You have to be good as a keeper to stand up to the stumps to your seamers. Saw him do it to Padala. Probably could have played a part in Raheem Cornwall, who likes to bat outside his crease. Would have had to be sort of stuck in his crease. And now to Saravana Kumar. Both times it's inflicting wickets. You never know. These small things make a difference in this game of cricket.
Again, something Lahiru Milantha consistently does to Rohan Phadke, Aditya Padala, and Kiran Savaranakumar.
This time goes over mid-on. But there is that long on field in place. They like to keep that fielder there. A lot of times you see a bowler start with sort of a deep fielder on the 3rd boundary and one on the mid-wicket boundary. But in this instance, opting to begin with that long on fielder and the deep mid-wicket. So no 3rd in place, probably because he doesn't have that express pace, Saravana Kumar.
Yeah, he does get bounced off the wicket, but not someone who contains an abundance of pace and bowls more off-pace deliveries, the cutters, the slower ones, much like Aditya Padala. So again, the Morrisville Raptors, they come in with the plan, and all their bowlers just look to execute on the plan. You never see them try to do anything more, anything fancy. Just gonna see them continue to bowl cutters right on a length and dare the batters to take them over the top.
Good delivery, getting some shape as well. Hamilton off the mark in his very first delivery, but another good over for the Raptors to continue to take wickets. End of 3, 25 for 2. Well, the 2 openers to go. A partnership that's been so fruitful for this Atlanta Fire team. Both walking back inside of 3 overs. Big setback for the Fire. They scored 70 runs in the power play yesterday. Today, though, it's been much tougher going.
Yeah, again, that wicket of Raheem Cornwall, that's the big one. We talked about it coming into the matchup. That wicket falling is just so big for the Morrisville Raptors and for the Atlanta Fire. Got to scramble to find new men to take them over the line.
Good to see the youth here as well in Atlanta. We don't always need a bat. Stick can get it done. It also helps you find the middle as well. Something that a lot of our players in the minor league can do. Maybe a drill innovation from the youth. Again, going wide with that angle. Padala with his left arm seam. It is a risk as a bowler you take when you give sort of the width, pushing the ball across the right hand, especially someone like Hamilton. You can see already sizing him up. We saw it a couple of times before he got the wicket of Cornwall, trying to do a similar thing to Hamilton to try and dismiss him. Another full delivery, this time the line much straighter. This is an excellent bowling spell, and I like this from Dane Peake going back to him after the superb first over where he just conceded a single run.
Just take a look at this. Just pushing back in. A little bit of shape on offer for Aditya Padala. Again, a smart bowler. Keeps everything on a length and, again, bowls all the cutters. And you mentioned on turf, does get a little bit of sideways movement, showing it off here.
Good length delivery. I like this though from Hamilton because even though we know he has that capability, he's striking at over 150 in this tournament, the fact that he's able to just bide his time a bit, consolidate this pair. They've already lost 2 early wickets, 2 that they've not used to losing. And it was always a risk you take as the Atlanta Fire. You start with Zain Saeed and Raheem Cornwall, 2 of your best batters at top. If you lose them early, it puts a lot of pressure on a middle order that hasn't been exposed too often. That one keeping a bit low. Interesting, very interesting. Of course, later today, we've got more action coming your way. The Orlando Galaxy, team that's hunting for a win in this tournament. Lost yesterday to the Fire. Up against the Atlanta Lightning, a team on the back of 2 losses who desperately need a win. They want to stay in the hunt. Another swing and a miss. How many times have we seen this? Outside that all stump, unable to make connection.
And it's the very opposite of what happened with the Morrisville Raptors batting innings. You rarely saw dot balls being strung together. I think it took until the 8th over till we saw back-to-back dot balls, and Aditya Badala, he's producing that right now and just puts, again, with 200 runs on the board, scoreboard pressure always going to be there. If you amass dots in a hurry, you just create a lot of pressure on the Fire batters.
Another swing and a miss, and another over that just concedes 1 run from young Aditya Padala. This is excellent bowling from him. End of 4, 26 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Jamar Hamilton, one of the leaders of this Atlanta Fire team, brought in for the Atlantic Conference, for the Atlanta Fire in this Atlantic Conference from the Pacific last season. Played a couple of games for the Athletics, got a few big scores, helping them get through to those playoffs. But he's got his work cut out for him. The asking rate goes past 11. Spin. Jacobs Pinar, 2 wide. And even Jamar Hamilton, who's looking to consolidate, he won't miss out on that. Couple of bounces. This man has been in the runs this season.
Yeah, so good outside the off stump and likes to free his arms through the line of the ball. Would have seen a lot of Obis PNR in that Central Division last year. This one just helped over backward point. 4 runs and much needed runs for the Atlanta Fire.
Goes full this time, and they can only watch it as it's gone far, far back. Jamar Hamilton, he could be the man for this Atlanta Fire team. He's that type of player, a game changer.
Well, just a touch too short, the last delivery from Obis PNR. This time a touch too full, ends up being a low full toss, and Jamar Hamilton, he's too good of a bat to miss out on a ball like that. Sends it over, long gone. 6 runs and 10 runs for the Fire to start this over, putting a little bit of pressure back on to the Morrisville Raptors.
Just hit over, picked up over long on, similar to a strike we saw from Bolisetti in the first innings. Which went a far way back. So now all of a sudden, Jacobs Pinar, who conceded 15 runs in his first over, under real pressure. Later today, you've got more action coming your way right here from the Atlanta Cricket Fields, the picturesque facility in this Atlantic Conference. You mentioned the importance of the Atlanta Lightning, who currently sit in 2nd position, but they've played the most games in this Southern Division. They are on 11. Waiting to get that points table for you. We have that the promo for you. Second, Jacobs Pinar, though, got to come back much better. This time goes in the offside, and he's hit it extremely well. Jamar Hamilton, incredible ball striking by the man from Anguilla.
This time made a little bit of room for himself, and you thought for a moment that that short cover fielder would have an opportunity to get a hand on it, maybe take a wonderful catch, but instead moves away from him. You can see room made, clears his hands through covers, and gets it to roll along the carpet. 4 more, and a dream start to the over for the Atlanta Fire.
Well, definitely after losing 2 big wickets, this is exactly what they would have wanted inside the power play, because you don't want that run rate, which was just 6.5 after the last over, to dip. You only need 1 big over though. Much better delivery, very close to him. Very close to cut as well. Jamar Hamilton loves his batting. You can hear him through the stump mic. He's so upset he missed out. Extra bounce. Very fortunate for Hamilton that it doesn't fall in the lap of that square leg fielder. He's a very tall man, Jacob Espiniar, able to get some extra bounce. This synthetic surface does have that variable bounce as well.
You saw it in the first over, a little bit of extra bounce. This time, Hamilton tries to get over it, but instead 1 bounce to that fielder on the ring, on the leg side.
Liam Solomon has struggled with that ball outside the off stump, missed a couple of times, but a big over for the Fire, just what they needed to get them back on track. 15 runs from it, 41 for 2. And of course, if you're joining us now, you want to stay with us for the remainder of this Sunday, because later today we've got the Atlanta Lightning up against the Orlando Galaxy. The Lightning, a team, one to watch in this tournament. They got some exciting players, but they need a win desperately after losing the last 2.
Again, big games coming up, but in the matchup today, the Atlanta Fire just didn't get off to the start they were quite hoping for. It's been Rakeem Cornwall who's taken them over the top most of the days, most of the matches, but today gone for just 6 runs, and Zain Zayed follows the captain with just 9, and Liam Sauerman and Jamar Hamilton have to find a way to get a partnership going.
When he hits it, he just strikes it so powerfully, and even when he doesn't time it as well, he's still able to get it over the boundary. Matthew Ford will be disappointed. He's a good fielder. Got to it, but in the end, having enough momentum to take it over the boundary. All of a sudden, Jamar Hamilton has turned the game on for the Atlanta Fire. Strike rate of over 200 now.
Yeah, we've seen Aditya Badala in the first delivery of all of his overs give a little bit of width. This time, Jamar Hamilton makes him pay, gets it over, covers for 4.
Cracking from Hamilton. Just look at how fast that ball races over the boundary. What an innings this has been from the wicketkeeper batter. Excellent in this 6th over, the last of the power play. They're capitalizing.
We've talked about it before, he likes width, so this time makes some room for himself, sensing Aditya Badala is going to go back onto stumps, and just punishes this one away through covers. Ball striking this from Jamar Hamilton.
This is the risk you take as a seamer bowling over the wicket, especially as a left-arm seamer, because you're pushing the ball across Hamilton, and now smartly, Padala's coming around, trying to angle the ball in. But he's too short, and he's made to pay. Jamar Hamilton dealing in boundaries, dealing in big strikes. 50 comes up for the Fire.
It was a dream start for Aditya Badala. He takes Rakeem Cornwall, then gets a 1-run over. But so far, 3 consecutive boundaries. This time, just a touch too short and a touch too easy for Jamar Hamilton, who just helps it around the corner for 4.
Now, it's interesting that he's changed his angle to come around the wicket after bowling so well from over. You look at the field that he has that deep mid-wicket. He had a long on as well. Hamilton just seems to be calling for maybe a change of gloves. But you look at the field. Interesting now for young Aditya Padala. This is going to be a big learning curve for him. He's got that sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I just wonder now, if you want to come around the wicket and you want to bowl into the body of Hamilton, maybe have that long on fielder back in place, because you know he's going to hit it into the onside. These are the decisions that he'll have to, he's a young man, under 21 player, will have to learn to make.
And again, the first sense of pressure being put on the Morrisville Raptors as Aditya Badala just looking to change his shoes, maybe some of the clay just getting stuck in his previous pair. But the Morrisville Raptors were on top of this match. Again, Rakeem Cornwall goes for 6. You feel very comfortable.
Oh, young Kunj Patel doing some good work as today's 13th man. Oh, he's racing. The Atlanta Fire players, they'll have their work cut out for them, both on the field and off. Fire. Of course, this is what you love to see, youth in this tournament. And it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, Sunoco, Dafa News, and of course our title sponsor, Toyota, for the 2nd year running. Great to have our corporate partners on board. Now he goes wide outside the off stump, and it's a big success for the Raptors. The fact that Hamilton hasn't hit that into the boundary, because his last 6 deliveries have all went, whether on the ground or over full. And all of a sudden, Jamar Hamilton has gotten the fire right back to where they need to be. Run rate of 9.5. Well, Liam Solomon put down. Always tough to take those return catches. Padala would have been disappointed he wasn't able to hold on. It's been a real struggle for Liam Solomon, though, in this inning so far.
Padala, one of the best fielders on this Raptors side. It's hit straight back to him. Never easy. Again, you can see him fading away from it as well, trying to get his hands back across and puts it down. You can see he's frustrated with himself there. Thought he had his second wicket.
Well, let's hope that he's okay. Never easy taking those return catches, having to react that quickly. Liam Solomon seemed maybe to want a change of bat. He's struggled though in this inning so far, just 6 from his 11 deliveries. And when you see what Jamar Hamilton's able to do at the other end, you want to sort of get in on the fun, join the action. Just almost rolled his fingers over it. Padala and put down, did hit it back pretty powerfully back at him. New bat, new armory. Can he sort of change the way his innings has gone so far? This over's conceded 13 runs. The last 2 have conceded 28 so far. He goes in the offside and it's going to be runs. So the change of bat working for Liam Solomon. Just what he was looking to do. The 4th boundary coming in the over, and the end of the power play fittingly with a boundary, 58 for 2.
Just take a look at the Manhattan here. Comparatively, started off great for the Morrisville Raptors. After that first over, had a bunch of small towers, but ever since Jamar Hamilton and Liam Solomon gets the boundary, they're right back where they need to be here. 58 for the loss of 2 after 6.
But Dane Pete, the captain, has got some thinking to do. Yesterday we did see Dane Pete bowl the second over. He bowled 2 inside the power play, bowled a maiden up front. Today though, not bowling that new ball, probably because of Raheem Cornwall, and we know what he's able to do against spinners. But even after taking those 2 wickets, I'm surprised with Hamilton that he hasn't brought himself into the attack. He does have Matthew Ford, and he also has Karthikeya Jagadish, who's been a big wicket taker, 5 wickets last weekend with his leg spin. This is a brave option though with Jamar Hamilton, but of course outside the power play you can have 5 fielders outside the circle now.
Yeah, Karthikeya Jagadish just a little different from all the bowlers that's bowled so far. Obviously the wrist spinner, but a little bit slower through the air. Obis PNR, we've seen him dart him in quick. Obviously the Padala, pace bowler. He's just trying to throw Jamar Hamilton off rhythm, not let him get used to pace on the ball, and see if that can disrupt his momentum and slow him down.
So he's going to ask Jamar Hamilton, with the ball spinning away, to hit against the spin. Had a lot of stoppages in play. Dane Pete trying to discuss something with umpire Roshan Samuels, trying to get everything clear at the moment. You can see the field that he's got, the 5 outside the circle, the deep cover. Deep mid-wicket fielders in place. Of course, long on, long off as well, because he likes to bowl with some flight. It'll be interesting to see if Jamar Hamilton backs himself to take him on. Oh, very close. May have been the googly actually to begin from Jagadish. He does have that delivery from the back of the hand, almost tricking Jamar Hamilton. He can only laugh about it now. Could have easily gone back onto his stumps.
Yeah, good start this for Karthikeya Jagadish. Shows the googly off straight away. He knows Jamar Hamilton wants to cut. Nearly comes back.
Solomon picks that up too short, and he has enough on it to go all the way for 6.
Come on.
Those in the crowd, be careful, because this partnership is proving to be very dangerous. for both the Raptors and the fans in attendance.
Well, the new bat's doing wonders for Liebsarman. That's the second boundary with that new bat. Just drug down short, got onto the back foot quickly, and once it left his bat, knew it all the way. It's going to be 6 runs.
Even with that deep wicket fielder in place, it's just too short from the leg spinner. Meet and greet stuff for Solomon. So now the Atlanta Fire, in the last couple of overs, 32 runs have come in the last 2 overs. They've gone up over 15 runs per over, and that's exactly what they need to get them back on track. The run rate, you can see, has gone past 10. It shows the inclination to continue to attack. But what I will say is that unlike yesterday, where they had players get starts, the top 4 all got starts, but no one was able to kick on. They were only chasing 106. They didn't need to. Today, you've got to go at 200 plus. Someone has to go big. We saw it from Milantha. I think it's got to be Jamar Hamilton for this Fire team. Hasn't quite got it. Hasn't quite got it. And it's found the fielder. Commentator's curse, just talking about the fact that he had to go deep. He'd be disappointed with that, and it's Pinar again completing the catch.
We've seen extra bounce off the wicket already today. This one looked like it might have just bounced up on Jamar Hamilton. Is going to be real disappointed with that. It was a drag down and should have been punished. Again, just bounced up a little bit on him. And just found Obis Pinar out there at long on. Simplest of catches, he takes 2, and Jamar Hamilton, he's got to go.
A dejected Hamilton because he knows the importance of his wicket. Going for a well-played 31. Fire 66 for 3. You think now with that wicket, looking to mix things up. They want to keep attacking. They've sent their tall fast bowler, Cornet Dry. We've already seen him be able to strike some big sixes, especially at this venue. Shuffle of the dice. They do, of course, have Rishi Pandey, more of a touch player. Everett Dyer can strike a few as well. Promotion for Dry today.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see Cornet Dry here. More than capable bat. Likes to hit the ball big, but you would have thought with the spinner in play, maybe just save him a little bit for later. Bring on a Rishi Pandey just to touch it around and keep the scoreboard ticking. But sometimes fortune favors the bold.
Dry off the mark straight away. I actually like the move. It's a progressive move from the Atlanta Fire. And I'll tell you why. Even though, yes, you're losing wickets, you have to continue to attack this game because 200 runs is not easy to chase down. You can't afford to fall behind. So Coach Weldon Cornwall, Captain Zain Saeed, they've looked to send Cornet Dry to continue from the damage that Jamar Hamilton was able to create. End of 7. A big wicket taking over for the Morrisville Raptors, 67 for 3. Well, Lieb Solomon's been there for a while, did a couple good strokes. Onus on him now to try and kick on and get the Atlanta Fire to a position of safety. They're going at a decent clip, but they've lost 3 wickets. 9.5 runs per over when you're chasing 200. You won't mind that in the first 7 overs, but the problem is the wickets in hand.
And if you just take a look at the bowlers, again, it's just been right on the money. Aditya Badala gets that big wicket. 3 overs, 19 runs for him. And again, the big wicket of Rakeem Cornwall, Karthikeya getting in the wickets, and Kiran Saranakumar.
Well, it was a lot of rain last night, lightning, thunder if you were in this Atlanta area. But of course, the rain, look, the weather gods knew cricket must be played on a very important weekend of cricket in this Southern Division. Look at this, picturesque, the Atlanta cricket fields. You want to come out, join the action because later today we've got more coming your way. Matthew Ford into the attack for the very first time today. Good delivery straight away. Able to beat the outside edge. We've seen that a couple of times from Lieb Solomon. He's been beaten outside that off stump. Ford comes in as a wicket taker. 20 wickets last season. The first bowler to ever take a hat-trick in minor league history. Of course, played for the Michigan Cricket Stars last season. now making the switch to the Atlantic Conference. It's just his second game. Brought in as replacement for Colin Archibald. Another dot delivery. Now remember, these two had some words for each other, Courtney Dry and Matthew Ford in the first innings. This is what you love to see, the battles, the matchups, because now Matthew Ford, he's in the other seat. He's has to bowl at Dry. Two is the call. They're going to come back as well. Good running. That's what you have to do. Show a bit of extra impetus.
Yeah, again, we saw the Raptors do it earlier today with the running between the wickets. But, again, this is the matchup, as you mentioned. Matthew Ford was able to pick up a couple of Courtney Dry. But now the tables have turned as Courtney Dry with the bat in hand, and Matthew Ford has to bowl to that man on your screen. If Courtney Dry can pick up a couple, it'll be interesting to see how this game unfolds.
Rolling his fingers over at Courtney Dry. Just felt like he missed out on that shorter delivery. And Matthew Ford, it's a good start by him, just conceding the 3 runs. In the last over, Kartikeya Jagadish was brought in to take wickets, spin the ball away from Hamilton, getting a bit of extra bounce. He's going to take that on every day of the week. And unfortunately for him, picked out Jacobus Pinar. Over the keeper's head. Bit of luck for Liam Solomon. Strikes the commentary booth in the process as well.
Well, it doesn't matter how they come, it just matters that the runs are on the board. Top edge there, didn't quite climb the bouncer. But Lahiru Milantha, no chance behind the stumps, and it was racing away. As soon as it left the bat, 4 runs, and just tell the commentators, there's still a match to be had here.
130 more runs needed. They've got to go up to over 10.5. Starts from very wide of the crease. Matthew Ford then approaches and gets close to those stumps so he can be attacking. But he won't mind that first over too much. Just a single boundary. 74 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, तेरे घर लाने का। My son is so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Back here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Jagadish continuing. Short corner Dry, just able to squeeze it past that extra cover fielder. He'll get a single, but the ones won't hurt the Raptors too much. Remember, a team that won in nail-biting fashion yesterday, chasing on at 188 against the Lightning on the very final delivery. Today, though, they batted first, lost the toss, and were able to surpass that 200 mark. They've started extremely well with the ball in hand.
And again, for the Atlanta Fire now, you got to find ways to get boundaries, but I don't mind them taking this conservative approach to start off. Kartikeya Jagadish is over. Keep the runs flowing. And then when that boundary comes, now it becomes an 8, maybe 10 run over. We saw this from the Morrisville Raptors earlier today as well.
Good ball.
Just missing his run up there, Jagadish. But he's a skillful performer. Kartikeya Jagadish, you've seen what he's been able to do in this tournament so far. Oh, under edge, always so difficult for any keeper to take. Kept very low. Milantha holds a very high stand. Will be disappointed he wasn't able to hold on.
Nearly the second wicket for Kartikeya Jagadish in multiple fashions. Just take a look. Stayed low. It looked like it bounced maybe just a touch ahead of Lahiru Milantha.
Well, for Jagadish, 5 for 21 last weekend against the Orlando Galaxy. Coming back for 2, good running. But these two just a slip in the outfield. They're capitalizing even without scoring the boundaries. But Jagadish, that was the performance that really sort of commanded him as a wicket taker, the leading wicket taker in this Raptors team. Look at the running again. Good intensity being shown. As soon as Corny Dry realized that the fielder made a mistake, he was happy to get back for 2. Dry goes big. Does he have enough? Just falls short of Abiram Bolisetti. He took the gamble, went for the catch. And in the end, a crucial boundary for the Atlanta Fire.
1 minute fine. Don't touch for it.
Breath was being held from all the Atlanta Fire faithful. It was a full toss for Corny Dry. Didn't get all of it. And Abiram Bolisetti unable to make up ground, and it bounces away from him. Gets 4 runs for Corny.
Down the ground powerfully again. Ricochets off of Jagadish, just keeps it to 1. Another good over though for the Raptors. They won't mind that too much. 9 runs coming from it, 83 for 3.
Yeah. Sure.
Corny Dry come to the crease, played a couple good strokes. He's sort of pushed the scoring rate, keeping it to above that 9 run per over mark. Work to be done. Still 11 overs remain. They've got to score 11 runs per over. Very neck and neck, those 2 worms.
Yeah, again, you can just see it here. It's just been right underneath for the Atlanta Fire. It's just the early wickets right now that are just hurting them.
No, hasn't timed it at all. Running back, good catch by Jagadish over his shoulder. Excellent. And watch this, Matthew Ford giving Corny Dry the send-off because they had words in the first innings. And he's got his man having the last laugh.
Never easy to take a catch running back, looking up into the clouds, into the sun. And you can see Matthew Ford here, just digs it into the wicket, finds the top edge of the bat, and Karthikeya Jagadish, sharp catch there. Raptors so good in the field. Another good catch, and another wicket falls for the Atlanta Fire.
Dry gone for 12. More trouble now for the Fire, 83 for 4.
Batsman in, boys. Batsman in.
Struggled today, the Atlanta Fire, with the bat in hand, conceding over 200 runs, and now Ridwan Palash comes to the middle. This team now in desperate need of someone. They've got Liam Solomon, but someone needs to stay there and support him, but they've got to score as well. The complexities of this innings. The top order has been wiped out by the Raptors. They've done well to just continuously pick up wickets.
And that's something that the Atlanta Fire struggled to do in the first innings, was the consistency of taking those wickets. They weren't able to take it in consistent intervals. The Raptors, they've been doing so in this, the latest of the bunch. Again, just hit straight up into the air, and Karthikeya Jagadish running back from backward points. Take a sharp catch. Corny Dry has to go. Matthew Ford gets a wicket. Gets probably the wicket he wanted most out of anybody on this Atlanta Fire side.
Not to reball that one, Matthew Ford. You can see what he's trying to do. Push the ball wide, take out that scoring opportunity for Liam Solomon. He has struggled with that ball outside the off stump. Just way too wide though on that occasion.
And for Liam Solomon, now it's time to just stick in, and again, had to find a way to score, but you want to stay in for 20 overs, be the anchor of the innings.
Another cutter. He's so good at this phase of the innings. It's why he's been selected for that St. Lucia Kings team in the CPL in a couple of weeks' time. A young player, just 20 years old, from Barbados, takes the wicket in this over. Crucial performance by him. First with the bat in hand, where he's able to contribute towards the back end in that 47-run partnership. 21 from 11. And now a wicket to his name early. Got 2 yesterday. Still no Dane Pete into the attack as yet. Ball into the new batter, Ridwan Palash. Leaves it outside the off stump early, tentative to start. Did see Palash get a score for his team yesterday to help him win the game. pretty easy fashion inside of 14 overs.
Yeah, and you can see Matthew Ford, he's been so good operating right outside that off stump, and Ridwan Palash, he's going to need another big performance for his side. Hasn't been called upon much like the middle order for the Atlanta Fire this year, but they need him now more than ever.
Again on a good length, and again happy to just keep it to 1. The Raptors singles won't hurt at this stage as that run rate decreases by the ball because of the wickets that they continue to lose. They do have Everett Dyer who can smack a few. We've seen Rishi Pandey play a couple good strokes yesterday. It's going to be tougher for him now with 5 feeters outside the circle. He's more of a touch player. You've got to score. Cover drive. But there is that cover fielder, but he's got it well, Sauerman. He's beat the extra cover and he's got a boundary for his team. Into the 90s now with the Fire, but needs someone to help him.
Yeah, much needed flow of runs here. Lovely stroke from Liam Sauerman. We've seen him struggle today outside the off stump. This time just got the length he was looking for. Was able to maneuver it away from that cover fielder. Picks up 4 runs for his side.
Goes again this time. And this time it's aerial and over the top. Similar area. Work for Bolisetti to do. Does extremely well to keep it in. Saved a certain boundary for his team. End of the over. 92 for 4. End of 10 overs, the halfway stage. Atlanta Fire, 92 for 4. In pursuit of that 200 total. Ridwan Palash and Liam Sauerman, who's got to start for his team. The only real substantial score so far for the Fire. Dane Pete into the attack for the first time, the captain. Find it very interesting, Dane Pete. He approaches the crease with that ball hidden behind his leg. Something we see from Sunil Narain in the T20 format. Not known to have too many variations though. It's all spinning. Got to ask him about that. Pete, 17 wickets for him across the 2 seasons. More known as someone that can contain, then leads the wickets. You saw him bowl a mid in the second over. He bowled 2 in the power play yesterday, but first over coming in the 11th. Good day to you, Faisal Shah.
Very good day to you, Nikhil, and good day to all. Yeah, I've seen many off-spinners started to do this. The Sunil Narain thing, the hiding of the ball behind their back when they're running in. Not many have the varieties that Sunil Narain has, but nothing wrong with trying to create some doubt.
Someone, again, able to get that down the ground. Too long on, just be a single. Here he is again, Dane Pete, hiding that ball behind his leg, but not known to bowl too many of the variations. Great camera work to have that on display, part of our premium broadcasts on Willow TV and the MLC Network. Wouldn't be possible without our corporate sponsors, of course. Toyota, Sunoco, Dafa News. It's been a great partnership to have them on board this season, Faisal Shah, just to allow us to be in this position and have discussions like this.
Absolutely, and great thanks to the sponsors and the pictures that we're seeing through our premium broadcast. Some of the most amazing replays never seen at this standard before. And already the season 2 of Toyota Minor League is bigger and better, and we expect more to come.
Heaves it powerfully into the onside. There is a fielder though at deep mid wicket. Just be a single.
Again, it's a great thanks also to the production team as well. It's a huge logistic operation carrying this to different parts of the country every week.
Just be a single to end the over. 5 from the over, the 11th. 97 for 4. Beautiful day here at the Atlanta Cricket Fields. Beautiful day for cricket. We still have another game coming up for you. Don't move a muscle because the Galaxy up against the Lightning. 2:30 p.m. local time.
Galaxy against the Lightning. Where's your line for that?
No, I don't make predictions, Faisal Shah. That's your job in the analyst chair.
Well, going on form, safe to say that Lightning will start favorites.
Really, they've lost the last 2. The Galaxy beat this Raptors team, a team that beat them yesterday.
The resources at hand, you know, just sometimes you've got to bypass the statistics and just look what the resources are on disposal of both the teams.
Faisal Shah is a very interesting customer when it comes to these predictions. I'm gonna put him on the spot a couple times in this innings. We're gonna hold him to it, folks at home. He's sitting in this analyst chair. He's gonna earn those big bucks. Faisal Shah. Jacobus Pinar. 29 in his first 2 overs. It's been expensive. Very full delivery. It's a bit of a lull in play in the last couple of overs. No wickets in that last over. Not much runs being scored as well. Just 5 from Dane Pete's first over. Now, it's always good to have, though, Faisal Shah inside the commentary box because he's a man, for those at home that don't know, who's been around Atlanta cricket for a number of years. Down the track and gone. Liam Salman was looking to sort of up the ante in this innings. And Lahira Milantha doesn't make too much mistakes behind the stumps. Many mistakes because Jacobus Pinar, great deception in the flight, much slower delivery, working for his team.
Pinar wins that Battle of South Africa here. Leib was looking to be proactive. He had no other options because they're chasing a daunting task and wickets fallen through. He was set, he was looking to keep the initiative going, but Pinar's guile and turn too much for Leib.
Got to continue to attack. He's gone for 31, 98 now for 5. Ebroy Dyer, probably the last of the recognized batters to come. Obviously, they do have Rishi Pandey still there, but in terms of someone that can win the game for you, Dyer with his power, healthy strike rate in this minor league, saw him do it for the Lightning last season.
They've got Jay Pathak up in their ranks, who made a match-winning 60 last season, but his opportunities have been few and far between. Not easy for someone coming in like that to play a telling knock. So, Atlanta Fire up against it, really. They've been dominated by Morrisville Raptors from ball 1. It's fair to say.
Well, not ball 1, maybe ball 2. Remember Raheem Cromwell struck that 6, the very first delivery. Never tell you, he's not going to stick around, looking to go big. Matthew Ford, though, a very safe, reliable field that long off. Ball number 2, Faisal Shah.
When I say ball 1, I go back to the first over of Kone Drive when Milantha started that onslaught, but look at that. Excellent turn, and the flight was too much for Leib.
Need to cut Ridwan Palash. He's struggled in his first 7 deliveries. Just 5 runs so far. You can think now, though, there'll be a real tough task to score 12.6 runs and over with just 5 wickets in hand. Palash again going in the air. And well taken at long on. Excellent piece of fielding. by Aditya Padala. He does it all. Hits big sixes, takes wickets, and now completes catches.
Palash, as soon as he hit it, he knew he was in trouble. But excellent ground coverage from Aditya Padala. He's very, very alert in the field and very athletic. That dive in the end was necessary to catch that ball. Rolled over, came up with the ball. Another big breakthrough there for the Raptors. They can't do no wrong here. Palash, a nothing short really, a half-hearted strike, but that catch, that wicket belongs to Aditya Padala because he has completed a magnificent catch as Palash vigil has come to an end. He's gone for 5, and Atlanta Fire deep in the dumps.
99 for 6 now. Stylish young player Rishi Pandey, under 19, comes to the middle. Hasn't been in the runs too often this season, but he's a very classy young man. Saw some glimpses yesterday. And we'll be sure critical for the Fire. After they won in 14 overs yesterday, Faisal Shah, they want to ensure that they can still get something respectable. Net run rate, very important. You don't want to have a big defeat. Only haven't yet crossed that 100 mark. Still 105 runs away. The importance, even on a good chasing venue, the importance of runs on the board, scoreboard pressure. In this second spell, Jacobs Pinar has been a lot slower, and it's inflicted the 2 wickets in the over. End of 12, 99 for 6.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Captain is informed. Captain is 3 minutes down. Captain informed. Someone here. Someone mid-wicket, please. Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
That's been the story for the Atlanta Fire. They've just lost wickets. The first, Raheem Cornwall was the first to go, and that never really caught themselves from the very start of this innings. 2 wickets for Pinar, again in the wickets. 3 yesterday, 2 today. Pete continuing. All goes to everyone. The batter and the keeper. Getting some grip on that occasion, Dane Pete. Should be buys. Will be 4 of them as well.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Lahiro Milantha very, very accomplished behind the stumps. Couldn't complete. Relatively straightforward. Well, that turn was probably a bit too much. It went between the bat and pad. Must have got blinded, Lahiro Milantha. He was static with his feet as well. Excellent delivery from Dane Pete.
Could have maybe had a stumping opportunity that previous delivery. Went through bat and pad and went through Lahiro Milantha, but a good over so far, good spell so far from Dane Pete. The 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco, of course. 7 weekends of blockbuster action and entertainment for you at home. We've gone all across the country, started in Los Angeles, gone to Houston, San Francisco, St. Louis, and now on the Atlantic side of things, Philadelphia last week. The action even better this weekend in Atlanta.
What will be your headline for Dafa News tomorrow? The Morrisville overtaking both the Atlanta sides here. Well and truly conquering Atlanta.
And of course, how could I forget New York City? It was great to be there in Idlewood Park. Looking to go big. The Dafa News headline is a good question to ask Faisal Shah, because a lot of these players are going to be competing for it. Yesterday it was all about Cornwall and his man of the match performance. Today though, it's been all about the Raptors. I think the way that Lahiro Milantha commanded authority with that 91. He's now behind the stumps, but boy, is he extra special for this team. And a big reason why they were able to score at 9 runs and over throughout the innings and then propel themselves to go big at the back end and get over that 200 mark. It's a psychological advantage as well. You have when you do score that 200. They're on the way to win this, you think. From here, 2 is the call.
Bowler.
Will just be a single though to Rishi Pandey.
Run rates are also very crucial. You were mentioning the game Atlanta Fire finished off very early yesterday, but they're facing a huge defeat here. There's plenty of time still left, but with 6 wickets down and 98 runs to get.
I think they've got to get to at least 150. Talk more about that in the next over. In the 13, 106 for 6.
Wickets for Pinar, 2 wickets there. Slightly expensive, but that second spell that Nikhil was talking about, he slowed his pace and he got the rewards. Aditya Padala in the wickets once again. Good all-round display so far.
You see those red towers well below the blue and losing their way. You think from this position, the Fire out of the question, but we were just making a point in the previous over. You've got to get to something respectable because of the importance of net run rate and how closely knit this Southern Division is. So even though you're facing and staring down the battle of defeat, you've got to ensure you get to at least 150, cut down the margin of loss.
Yeah, all these passage of play coming up is also very important. Like you're just saying, net run rates will come into play. Things are so tight here at the top of this group between these 3 teams. Young Pandey will cherish this opportunity under the limelight on the premium broadcast. He would definitely want to make a mark on this. And like Nikhil said, if you can forget about 203, just bat normally and get up to 150, 160 and stop damage to that net run rate.
Dyer striking it powerfully over cover. He's such a good hit of the ball. But the position fielders in the right places for him. Almost a run-out chance. You just saw the Atlanta Lightning team making their way to the venue. Boy, is that an important game coming up for them. 2:30 p.m. That's some of the Orlando Galaxy players, Dimitri Adams. But boy, is it going to be an all-important game for the Lightning. A team that really could feel hard done by posting 193 and 188 and losing. Tells you that their bowling is the area that they've struggled in the last couple of games. Dyer's been sizing up that deep mid-wicket boundary for a long time. Anything short, he's looked to pull, but he hasn't made connection. You think, though, if he does latch on to one, it could go a long way back. Tries again, has got it in the air, and has got it enough over the man. I don't think he's quite got it as well as he would have wanted, but it shows you the power of Avroy Dyer.
Yeah, he didn't get all of it, but the power is such that it was just about enough. Fielder there was interested. This is the modern day batters. They don't face fielders on the boundary line. Every time they take on them, they have confidence they can clear them, and even a slight miss hit earns him a maximum.
Full this time. Falls short of that fielder at long on. Come out for 2 though, Everard Dyer, so much more encouraging from the Atlanta Fire to end the 14th. 117 for 6. Six overs remain in this contest. You think the Morrisville Raptors should be comfortably able to pick up what would be their 8th win of this tournament. We've already seen that point table a number of times. Sorry, 7th win, correction. Obas Pinar bowled his 4 overs. Maybe getting some treatment to that left hand. Then Pete, the captain, is bowled 2 on the trot, bowling his 3rd as well. Just worked into the onside. Well, Rishi Pandey, I like this because even though it's probably inevitable at this stage that it's going to be very hard to win the game, they've given them a chance by taking the game as deep as possible, especially with Everard there at the other end. You don't need to go big. Yesterday, he got out trying to advance down the track and take on the long-on fielder, which is sort of not his game, Rishi Pandey. Why don't you make use of every opportunity you have at the crease? Dyer again, going. Has he got it? Has he got it? He hasn't. It's a catch taken. He doesn't stick around Everard Dyer. He attacks. And another good catch taken in the deep by the Morrisville Raptors. Ron Padke this time. Such a useful team showing you in the field.
Everard Dyer was trying. Got away with it in the last over. Low full toss, quite quick. Hit him low on the bat. No timing, and Rohan Patke is an excellent fielder. This is the advantage that the Raptors have with so many youngsters in the field. They're very good in the field. And Dyer has to take the long walk back. Atlanta Fire really struggling. 118 for 7. Dyer going for 12.
Emilio Aponzo, mainly known for his bowling exploits. The left-arm spinner. Dane Pete, though, will want to close this out quickly for his team, because on the flip side of that net run rate conversation, a big win for them in where they've picked up some tight wins. So that net run rate hasn't been able to really flourish. If they can get a win today with like 4 or 5 overs to spare, it would help their cause. Remember, these two teams will be in action in less than a week's time when they face each other, this time in the backyard of the Morrisville Raptors, Church Street Park, Friday night. Pandey now going big. Mid-wicket fielder, but he hasn't quite got it. He evades him as well. A rare misfield for the Morrisville Raptors. Haven't seen that too often today. Abraham Boliseti, it is at deep mid-wicket.
Bad bounce got him. Mila Afonso. Use of that bottom hand. Rishi Pandey rather. That ball had some spin on it, and when it bounced, it's really willy stuff, you could say, but not easy on this very hard Atlanta field surface.
Good delivery with a wide signal by the umpire.
One, wide. Is that for wide? Wide? Really? Seriously?
You want to pick that up from the stump mic, and Pete was questioning, was that wide for the height? No way.
Good delivery to young Rishi Pandey. We can spend some time on him, Shah Faisal Rishi Pandey, because he's a good young player. This is the wicket of Dyer. Low full toss, trying to take him on, but always difficult delivery to hit at pace. Found a Padke. Not a lot of red ball cricket in this country, but I've watched Rishi Pandey, had the opportunity to watch him sort of in the nets at practice as well for this Fire team. This young man, I think he's 16 years old, one of the under-19 players. He has the ability to really be something special in years to come. I think his game is more suited to the longer format of the game, maybe the 50-over format. Down the leg side, extremely well stopped, because it was going to be a certain boundary through square leg. End of the over, picking up a wicket. Dane Pete, 124 for 7.
By the slow short ball. One, two, three.
Done, right? Okay.
The leg spin of Karthikeya Jagadish back into the attack. Already picked up a wicket. The crucial one of Jamar Hamilton. Will bowl his third over.
Nikhil, you're talking about Rishi. There's an interesting fact that we can talk about it through this over.
Pulling well, just be a single.
We've seen the advent of quite a few young bowlers through this minor league, through the playing two of them in the playing 11. Not many batsmen that come to mind. And you make a very good point. There's not a lot of red ball cricket here. And in this country, for youngsters...
Picks it up well, Amila Ponzo. Matthew Ford does even better, though, to stop it. I would challenge that, though, Faisal Shah, because you look around the country, Sanjay Krishnamurti is an under-19 player that stands up with the bat. 75 from 25 deliveries for him yesterday. Rishi Pandey, we've seen in the first innings. Bolly Sethi able to hit well in that top order. Yasir Mohammed. Through point, getting a quick single. Yeah, it's an interesting debate, though, because Yasir Mohammed is someone that can open the batting. Did it for the Manhattan Yorkers this season, currently with the USA international team.
You can name the exception, but on a general rule, the point I was wanting to make is that for young batters to come into this T20 format and make their mark immediately is very difficult as compared to 50 overs or even two-day format, if it ever existed here. As we watch another single being taken. Because for batters, this is, the game asks too much, because the game is played at such a pace that sometimes they're behind that pace despite that talent and the correct technique.
Go, Sahani, go!
Go down to cover. Yeah, though, the talent, though, on display in this country. And I love the rule by the MLC to have two players, one under 19, one under 21. It's a priority for all teams. You must have one under 19 and one under 21. You see the Morrisville Raptors, they have 4 in their team. Pandey again, he's looked good in his first 14 deliveries, just trying to stay there, trying to get his team up to something respectable, and it's going to be a boundary. Didn't think he got that as well as he did, but he timed it and put it in the gap. Good way to end the over from Pandey. End of 16, 134 for 7.
4 overs. 16 now. I think this is your last, right? I hope so.
That batting card, very, very disappointing there from Atlanta Fire. The big man, Raheem Cornwall, couldn't get going today. Zain Saeed hasn't been in form this season like he was last year. Jamar Hamilton just shined briefly. A lot more was needed. Kone Dry batting at number 5. It really worries me for Atlanta Fire to see Kone Dry bat at number 5. Very thin batting resources, one may feel.
That's why I thought maybe they could have just done with having Zain Saeed coming at 4 or 5 and opening the batting with one of the younger players, maybe a Rishi Pandey, sort of lengthen out the batting. But when you need 200, you've got to start well. So they went for the kill, and today maybe the gamble didn't pay off for them. For the Atlanta Fire. Over the keeper's head. Very unlucky for Dane Pete. And it will just get to the boundary as well, so it doesn't matter how they come. Every run so critical at this stage for Amila Ponzo and the Atlanta Fire.
That 150 a while ago, which looked a long way away with a couple of big blows, is already in sight, and we still got plenty of overs. Amila Ponzo swinging hard, gets rewarded for the intent.
This time in the offside, and this time in the gap as well. Back-to-back boundaries. Not known for his batting, Amila Ponzo, but he's showing he can thump it around the ground as well.
Well, he's giving some treatment back to the Raptors bowlers. The Atlanta Fire has suffered all day at the hands of the Morrisville batters, but Amila Ponzo really hitting it way in front of square. That's why he was able to find that gap, because there was a sweeper. He timed it sweetly enough. Valuable runs. You cannot stress on the importance of each and every run here in the context of the championship.
The NP under some pressure now, been struck for 2 boundaries and 2 deliveries. Comes across his stumps, is in the air, man in the deep, and puts it down. Moliseti again on that limit wicket boundary. He's struggled. That one is hit at pace. Never easy, those flat catches, but he's done well to save the boundary for his team.
Flats hit square of the wicket are really the tough ones. He had to pick it off very, very thick background as well. Got there, and that would make him disappointed because he's a good fielder. He done the hard bit, got there, but couldn't hang on to it.
From a long way outside the off stump, sweeping that into the onside, hitting into the gap. This young man is a fine player, Rishi Pandey. Just needs opportunity to develop. Direct hit coming from the deep as well. Got over though for the Fire. 11 runs from it so far. There's still another delivery to go.
Keep, how's the stump?
Well, this partnership has scored valuable runs, and Rishi Pandey got the opportunity. Once again will collect a run, wasn't in control, went over the head of Dan Pete.
27 runs between the two so far. End of the over, 146 for 7.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm moving fast, right?
Tried to be neck and neck at the similar stage after 17 overs. They were 163 for 5, the Morrisville Raptors. And they were able to score 30 runs from the last 2 overs to ensure that they got past that 255 runs in the last 5. Good to see some club cricket happening around the grounds as well. The Atlanta Cricket Fields is that type of facility where you have more than one game of cricket being played. Brothers in arms there. Rohan Padke for the first time today into the attack. First time in 2 days as well. We've seen him. Again, another one that goes past the keeper. Always a risk with Milantha up to the stumps. Did see him a lot with the ball last season in the minor league. Surprised that he hasn't been given a similar role this year for the Morrisville Raptors. You look at his bowling figures, Rohan Padke in the tournament so far. Just been trusted in the 4 innings, just 5 overs. He's bowled, picked up 3 wickets as well. But it's something I saw from Unmuk Chan in the Silicon Valley Strikers. When his team was in a good position, he brought Dev Thadani on, tried to sort of get him to bowl in a comfortable position to grow his confidence. And once he was able to do that, he then put him in tighter situations with more intensity as the tournament progressed.
That's also the job of the captain as well, to look after players who are low on confidence.
Swatted that into the onside of Ponzo. Unable to find the boundary.
Because it does help get away a couple of cheap overs in a match situation where there's not a lot of pressure on your team, and that can all of a sudden give you that confidence back. Because Rohan Padke can do it. He has a 5 to his name last year, and this time a sudden loss of form or loss of rhythm. This few deliveries in the match situation could do him no harm.
Punched it well down to that cover boundary. Just 3 singles in the over so far from the first 4 deliveries. A good spell thus far from Rohan Padke, one of the younger players, under 21. They're also missing Aditya Gupta, who's just 16 years old, a leg spinner. He's currently injured, but he was in that USA men's setup. Has he got enough? Amila Ponzo. No, he has not. Matthew Ford completes a good catch, makes it look so easy. And it's an 8th wicket going down now for the Atlanta Fire. Ponzo looking to just attack, trying to get any runs that they can.
It's incredible how easy they make it look these days. It's a very, very tough catch with the boundary line just behind him. But he was so composed, and you see them practice that before the game. Emil Alfonso wielding the willow, trying to get some quick runs. He's gone for 12 now. And Atlanta Fire, 149 for 7.
He scored lot. Our bowling, we need 180. Especially in town.
Jay Pathat comes in at number 10. The back four of this Atlanta Fire team. You mentioned he did play a couple of match-winning innings last season. Comes in very late for his side.
Thank you for being honest.
He's a player with a much better ability than batting at number 10. Like I said, his opportunities are very few and far between. Fitted into that combination of Atlanta Fire.
Here's the wicket again from Padke. It's a length delivery. Emil Alfonso would have backed himself after a couple of boundaries to hit that over the ropes. Matthew Ford on one leg, making it look simple.
Great balance there. Absolute superb balance. Just in case he overbalanced, he just put all his weight onto his right foot to give for that lack of balance if it did happen, which in that case didn't. And Padke could be relieved with that wicket against his name.
He goes straight up. Bowler runs after it, as well as Shah, but he unable to get there. So Jay Pathat able to get off the mark straight away with a couple of runs. And here's that catch again from Matthew Ford, taking the wicket. Now watch this. He makes it look very easy, but he has to be cognizant of where the boundary is. He's on one foot and just makes it, just watches it all the way into the hands. Teaches the Atlanta Lightning a lesson as well on the way. A couple of his friends there, Trinidadians, Carrie Pear, Terrence Hines. He'll be very happy with that. Ford doing it, contributing in all three aspects of the game. 150 for 8.
Batsman, changing bowling, coming right and brown. Yes, sir.
An encouraging contribution from Rishi Pandey, 22 now, start for him. But they've just not been able because they've had to attack. No one able to really take the momentum on. 54 needed from 2. Pretty much impossible at this stage, but it's going to be about how they finish the Fire because every run so crucial in this Southern Division. Saravana Kumar, just the one wicket. He'll feel hard done by because he took a wicket in his very first over and never was given the ball again. He took the captain as well, Zain Saeed. Now back into the attack for his second over. Back over his head, Jay Pathat. Just be a single. Interesting today, the Morrisville Raptors, Faisal Shah, they left out Shiva Kumar Duvarapu, took a wicket yesterday in his 2 overs. But showing that they've got a lot of versatility and can rely on many options, Dane Pete, because he's gone to his Saravana Kumar and the likes of Obas Pinyar, who's been in the wickets, Kartikeya Jagadish. Rishi Pandey, you listen to the noise off the bat. You look at him, he's probably about 5'2" or 3. Not the tallest of men, doesn't have that power, but he just times the ball off the middle of the bat so well. One for the future, this young man.
His batting technique seems to be pretty much in order. Most of his strokes along the ground, conventional cricketing strokes. The situation today has allowed him to play in his comfort zone, and he's really shown today.
Goes in the air for that and does excellently well. Rohan Padke to save that because it could have been easily another boundary. He almost overran it and had to big outstretched right hand.
great athleticism because he overran the ball and that bounce was almost eluding him. He stretched really nicely. Excellent work in the field.
The benefits, sorry Faisal Shah, the benefits of the premium coverage here on Willow TV and the MSC network wouldn't be possible, of course, without our sponsors. Toyota, Dafa News, and Sunoco, our main corporate sponsors for this 2022 edition.
These are some of the most amazing pictures here, like I said before, not seen here at this level, and our production crew working really hard and bringing you those pictures. I'm sure you're enjoying them wherever you're watching them on the MLC social media platforms.
It's actually been so fantastic. He has to rebuild that one. How social media has impacted this game of cricket. It's allowed sort of the global game to grow, not only in the minor league, but the entire game of cricket, the entire sport. Because I've spoken to a lot of people for as far as Africa, Faisal Shah, they're watching the action, keeping track every weekend, reading about it on Dafa News. The advent of the internet helping grow this game.
Absolutely.
Now, it goes straight up. Milantha calls. And it falls in between Lahir Milantha and Jacobs Pinar. Just wonder how much the sun had a part to play. It's not Jacobs Pinar, sorry, it's Shah, who's unable to make the catch. Both of the fielders had no idea.
Yeah, the way Milantha is pointing out, you see, it's very difficult to look straight above your head with the peak of the helmet and with the grill also. And this is what he's saying. He lost the ball completely. And Shah coming in there, he was all under the impression that Milantha was going to go for it.
Well, I can tell you is Kiran Saravana Kumar will not be a happy man because he could have easily had his second scalp, just bowled his 2 overs. Rishi Pandey is going to be in a losing cause, but he's played some fine strokes, this young man. End of the 19th over, 160 for 8. Well, those red towers just not being able to surpass the blue. And in the end, not able to win this game, the Fire. But they did cross that 150 mark to ensure that they get to something respectable, which will make a difference. And Rohan Patke will bowl the final over.
It's a very interesting graphic. You could see, I couldn't see with the first look that none of the overs Fire were better than the Morrisville Raptors. We can come back and have a look again, but this shows complete dominance.
Jay Pratap picks that up and he holds the pose as well. He's got it in the gap and got it all the way for 6. He's timed it well. He's in at number 10, but he can bat in the top order as we've seen him do in the past.
Probably is a point to prove to the management as well, because he can bat. Batting at number 10 when the cause was long lost. He still want to show his prowess.
The captain, Dane Pete, though, even though with these runs coming in the last couple of overs, he'll be very happy with his team's performance, because to come into this weekend against 2 teams above you in the Southern Division and come out with 2 wins is a huge result for this Morrisville team. Has he got another one, Jay Pathak? You bet he has. It's back-to-back maximums for the Atlanta Fire. With a point to prove, Jay Pathak.
Man on a mission. We've known quite a few in the history of cricket when players are angry. Sometimes they're at their best. I'm not saying Pathak is like that at the moment, but he is really hitting that ball with some anger out of the park. 2 out of 2.
So now Rohan Patke, he's gone short on both occasions. Well, actually went full, but the thing has been the line. It's just been on the legs, which has been easy, even with Dane Pete at that mid-wicket boundary. So 2 sixes to start the over. The Atlanta Fire now has gone past the 170 mark. Much better in terms of the loss column if you have it in a narrow margin of defeat as opposed to a 50 or 60 run loss, because know how close these three teams are. The Fire, the Raptors, and the Atlanta Lightning, who will be in action soon.
You know who won't be liking these sixes and valuable runs in this game?
Well, there it is. Cleans him up. Good comeback from the youngster. Goes Yorker. And the middle stump pegged back.
Well, that's the perfect response from young Rohan Patke, getting hit for 2 sixes. Come back with a perfect Yorker. The base of middle stump. Knocked the stump right out of the ground. A bit of more effort, a bit more anger on his part on that occasion. Bullseye.
He's just looked to hit that into the onside. Every delivery. He's a bottom hand dominant player, Jay Fathat. A couple of big maximums for him. 172 for 9. The last man, Atinja Subramaniam. To the middle now. Pretty much the icing on the cake for the Raptors. Did bowl well in periods today, Subramaniam. I like to see the cutters, but he just lost his way towards the end and was expensive. They have to look at the bowling approach, the Fire, because they conceded 200 runs. It was just too many for them to chase with a weakened batting lineup. No Aaron Jones, their captain, no Stephen Taylor on international duty. Subramaniam tries to play the big shot, doesn't time it well, and it falls into no man's land. Matthew Ford with a good pickup again. He's been electric in the field. One thing that is important for the viewers at home to note, whilst the USA are currently in that Cricket World Cup League 2 series against Scotland, they'll be back for the playoff weekend, which is 2 weekends from now. So when the likes of Stephen Taylor, Aaron Jones come back in, when Asarb Nachavalkar rejoins Silicon Valley, all those are important factors then that have to come into play. Teams will get stronger. It's perfect timing for the playoffs. This has gone straight up. Could it be another one for Paquet? It falls short. Padala's a good fielder there, but he was unable to reach it.
He's already taken one very good catch, but this one was a bit too far. Atlanta Fire, late order batters, keep swinging, getting valuable runs, and I was making the point, all those runs coming in the last 3-4 overs. One team that won't be liking it would be the Atlanta Lightning.
Victory for the Morrisville Raptors, even after some encouraging batting towards the end by the Fire. But it's another win, 2-2 for this Morrisville Raptors team, who've traveled across country to come to the Southern Division and play in these 2 important matches. Questions have been asked of this team early in the season when they struggled against some of the weaker teams, but they're showing you now that when they have their right combinations together, they're a very hard team to stop. They've made some huge additions in the offseason, the likes of Lahira Milantha, the likes of Obas Pinyar, and it's paying dividends for them. The captain, Dane Pete, will be very happy about this performance, beating the 2 Atlanta teams.
Mission accomplished there. Dane Pete, skipper, will be very, very pleased with the result. They've come to Atlanta and they've conquered Atlanta. Yesterday it was lightning, and today they dampened the Fire thanks to some fireworks of their own from Lahiro Milantha to begin the day off, and then a solid batting performance throughout the 20 overs. Came back, they were very, very clinical, and although the tail wagged for Atlanta Fire, but this game as a contest was way over even before the halfway stage of the run chase was reached, and that shows the complete and utter dominance of the visitors here as players are shaking hand. Played very hard, but very fair and very sporting. That's always good to see on a cricket field. But this win will put Morrisville in pole position going into the final weekend of the league stages.
Well, Dane Pete will hold his head high because he's led his team superbly well. And he had a tough task of bowling to the likes of Cornwall and Said early, but he removed them. And once he did that, they just continued to take wickets. Took 2 inside the power play. And even with a good start from Rishi Pandey, he was unable to get over the line in the end, coming up 28 runs short.
Disappointing batting card, but Morrisville Raptors bowling lineup. Look at those figures. Wickets for PNR. The wickets shared around. They tried almost, 7 bowlers and used all their resources, but they were good in the field as well, Nikhil, because their fielding was sensational. A couple of crucial catches, and they thoroughly deserve this comprehensive win.
Well, it's been an exciting game of cricket. The way it started, the Morrisville Raptors attacked from the very onset, got it to 200 thanks to Lahira Milantha's 91. And then the Atlanta Fire losing their way in terms of momentum, but still getting close in the end. It shows you the degree and ability, really, of these two teams in this Southern Division and what they've been capable of doing. The highlights of the innings, it was all about the wicket of Raheem Cornwall. Very first delivery, he just thumped it over the ropes for 6. Then Zain Saeed, they took 15 runs from the first over, and you thought instantly, could this be a repeat of yesterday where they just took 70 runs in the first 6 overs? They attacked so easily. But then young Aditya Padala with the angle, bowling across Cornwall, able to get him to hit one down to long on off the inner half. And very near after, Zain Saeed fell. And you thought, well, now it would be a mountain to climb for the Fire. Liev Sauerman came to the middle and played a couple of good strokes, even though he struggled early on. This man, though, Jamar Hamilton, will be disappointed that he gave it away, because the way he came out and started to strike the cricket ball, you thought 50, 100 could be on the cards. Everything he touched turned to gold. He struck 5 boundaries and a maximum. Jamar Hamilton inside that power play, he's so dangerous. He's been dangerous all season for this team. A couple of good efforts in the field by the Raptors, who were just electric all day, keeping the intensity on. Such good timing from Jamar Hamilton. One of those 5 boundaries he struck. And then Aditya Padala just straying too short in terms of the length. This partnership was a good one for the Atlanta Fire. One that was worth 48 runs between the two. A big hit from Liev Sauerman, which went all the way over mid-wicket. Then Jamar Hamilton looking to take one on. He continued outside the power play. The plan worked to perfection. Kartikeya Jagadish spinning the ball away from him. Got his man caught by Obas Pina, who took another catch. Liev Sauerman, though, he'll be happy with this return he was able to get. Another start for an Atlanta Fire batter. Cornet Dry came to the middle early and picked up a couple of boundaries before then he had to depart off the bowler of Matthew Ford. Slower delivery just went straight up, and a good catch in the end, completed over his shoulder. Kartikeya Jagadish, just such a good fielding unit. They're well drilled by the skipper, Dane Pete. Then Liev Sauerman had to go. Quick piece of work being done by Lahira Milantha. Ridwan Palash came to the middle and soon went. Didn't last too long. Then Evroy Dyer came and strikes a few big blows. He's just a man that will attack throughout the 6 and then a boundary. Then he followed with a low full toss, looking to go one too many. Found another fielder who doesn't make too much of a mistake. Ron Padke taking the catch. And then Rishi Pandey, this young man is one to watch for the future. Got 30 odd, not out. We'll be very happy with this 23-run partnership between Rishi Pandey and Jay Pathak towards the end. He's a bright talent. Amila Ponzo came, struck 2 maximums. One over the keeper's head, which is a bit of fortune for him, but another one that he got off the middle of the bat. Off the bowling of Dane Pete, 2 and 2 it was. Hit that even better this time through extra cover. But all in all, it was always going to be a mountain to climb for the Fire. Ron Padke came in for a bit late, but took 2 wickets. Easy catch, but a really good one from Matthew Ford. Then Jay Pathak struck 2 huge 6s into the onside. One that was full, the next was short. And then there was a Yorker, followed him, and was to his demise. But there you have it. A good performance from the Morrisville Raptors in the end winning by 27 runs. And the man that did and inflicted that win for the Raptors, Lahiro Milantha, 91, today's man of the match, 47 deliveries. Lahiro, great to have you alongside us. 8 boundaries, 6 maximums. Talk to us about that innings.
I mean, we just keep it simple. We just want to maximize the power play. That's it. We not pressure. We are not putting pressure on someone. So we just go there and enjoy. That's what our plan was.
Now, there's been a lot of reliance on yourself and Jacobus Pinar in terms of in this batting display. Have you felt that pressure throughout? Here's some of the highlights that you would have had in your innings. You just look so free at the crease today.
Yeah, I mean, we know. We just keep in their momentum. I mean, it doesn't matter how many wickets we fall down. And anyways, we are backing up our youngsters also. We know what our role is, and we know, I mean, Jacobs, we have me, and we have Gramford and Knowles. So yeah, nothing there too much, but we are just going there to enjoy. No pressure at all. Just if ball is there to hit, yeah, we just hitting it. That's it. Keep it simple.
You mentioned enjoy your performance. That's what you did today in your 8 boundaries. Final question for you, Lahiro. I know you don't have a lot of time. What does this win and this weekend, 2 huge wins against 2 very good teams, what does it do for the confidence of the Morrisville Raptors?
Yeah, I mean, boosted up our confidence. Even this is for us. It was a very vital week for us. I mean, we played as a team. We gel as a team. I mean, our environment also good. So we are backing our youngsters so much, and we are believing on them. So that's what we are trying. I mean, as I said earlier, so we just keep it our things simple. I mean, that's how it is. I mean, next week also we have like 2 or 3 games, so that game's also vital. But those 2 wins, like, very vital for us. So somehow we did it.
Today's man of the match, boy, did he enjoy himself at the crease in the middle for the Morrisville Raptors. 91 from 47, and it's meant now that the Raptors go to 2nd position on 15 points, tied with the Fire, who they just defeated. And, of course, a game in hand for this team as they look now to, of course, 3 teams fighting for the top 2 places. And later today, don't move a muscle, because in a few minutes' time, 2:30 p.m. local, the Atlanta Lightning, a team that are in desperate need of a win after losing 2, up against the Orlando Galaxy. You don't want to miss this, ladies and gentlemen, as the coverage continues in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. It's bye for now, but see you soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.